change that is underpinned by stability, reform and investment. Prioritising the builders, not the blockers. Reforming our public services, not defending the status quo. Investing in our long-term infrastructure, not cutting it for the short term. Security for working people. Renewal for Britain. That is our focus. And Mr. Speaker, that is what this government will deliver.
Shadow Chancellor Mellström.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and could I thank the Right Honourable Lady for the advance notice of her comments. Mr. Speaker, this is a time of great concern for millions of people up and down our country, for businesses, and as an open trading nation, for our economy at large. Free trade has been the bedrock of prosperity for our country and many countries around the world for decades. It has raised billions out of poverty. Tariffs are the enemy of free trade, and we on this side of the House will do whatever we can to assist the government in getting those tariffs down. Having said that, of course, we will never cease becoming an effective opposition, vigorously holding them to account, not least on the disastrous decisions that they have taken already in respect of our economy. But we will be responsible when it comes to these matters, particularly where market sensitivities are engaged. Could I ask the Right Honourable Lady the following? Firstly, could she provide further details of the US negotiations, and specifically whether further meetings with Scott Bessent and others have been arranged that involve herself? Secondly, what areas beyond tariffs are being discussed in those negotiations? Thirdly, what sectors beyond cars and life sciences that the Right Honourable Lady made reference to are being considered for potential government support? And finally, could she update the House on what options there are for protecting sectors of the economy which may be affected by the dumping of goods as a consequence of trade diversion?
I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for that response and also for his offer to work constructively. I think that in my time as Shadow Chancellor, those moments when we can work constructively in the national interest, whether that was in the response to COVID or indeed in supporting Ukraine against the aggression of Russia, this is when this House is at its best, when we work together in the national interest. The Shadow Chancellor asked for further details in a number of areas. Discussions are ongoing across a range of government departments, including the Treasury, with the United States, and I will be meeting US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent shortly. Beyond tariffs, of course, we are discussing a range of different areas, but the focus is on reducing tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade, with a particular focus on those sectors that are subject to the higher tariffs. Because although the 10% tariffs are lower than many other countries around the world, and we welcome that, the additional tariffs on cars, on steel, and potentially on life sciences pose a real challenge to our country, because those are some of our biggest export markets. It's why we made the announcements that we made yesterday, but in those sectors, automotives, life sciences and steel, we will continue to take the action that is necessary, working in partnership with business and also with trade unions to make sure that we are addressing those issues. We are also using institutions like the British Business Bank, the National Wealth Fund and UK Export Finance to help businesses through these times. The Shadow Chancellor also mentioned concerns around dumping. We, of course, are working with international colleagues around the world to understand those implications. But our first priority is not to create more trade barriers, but to reduce the ones that exist today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People up and down the country will be incredibly concerned about what Trump's trade war means for their living standards and for their communities as well. But at the same time, people want to show that Britain is not going to take Donald Trump's trade tariffs lying down. We welcome the Chancellor's announcement that the government will be working further and faster with our allies abroad, and I would ask the Chancellor to confirm that any new trade deals will be brought before this House for a vote before they are ratified. But, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, what I want to ask the Chancellor is whether at the same time as working with our allies abroad to create new export markets, will the Chancellor and the government commit to a Buy British campaign as part of a broader national effort to encourage people to buy British here at home?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable lady for those questions. This is a time for pragmatism and cool heads and not a Russia response. We are working closely with business. My right honourable friend, the Business and Trade Secretary, announced in the House last week a call for evidence in terms of the response that business are looking for, because ratcheting up barriers to trade, ratcheting up tariffs will not be in our country's interest, whether that's in inflation or indeed for supply chains. So I think we do need to have cool heads and think about the national interest, not knee-jerk reactions. In terms of doing deals with other countries around the world, that is something we're very much focused on. There's the EU-UK summit on the 18th of May. We are hosting the Economic and Financial Dialogue with Minister Sitaraman coming to London today for those conversations. And those discussions are ongoing with a number of countries. Of course, any treaties would be brought forward for ratification by this House. In terms of buying British, I think everyone will make their own decisions. What we don't want to see is a trade war with Britain becoming inward looking, because if every country in the world decided that they only wanted to buy things produced in their country, that is not a good way forward. Our country has benefited hugely from access to global markets, and we will continue to want to be able to do that, because that is in our national interest for working people and for businesses in this country.
Questions. Paul Ward.
Question number one, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, closing the tax gap and making sure everyone is paying the tax they owe is one of the government's top priorities. The budget in autumn marked a step change in ambition to close the tax gap with the most ambitious package ever. The government built on this spring statement, taking the total additional gross tax revenue raised per year to £7.5 billion by 2030.
Paul Ward.
Speaker, the UK tax gap grew by a shocking £5 billion in 2023 in the dying days of the Conservatives, and former Chancellor Nadhim Zahawi was actually sacked for failing to declare an HMRC investigation into his own tax affairs. So can I welcome the Treasury's crackdown on tax avoidance? And does he agree that the Labour's prudence with a purpose will be shown by investing those taxes in child poverty strategy this summer?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his remarks, and he's right to say that the £7.5 billion of additional revenue from closing the tax gap is, of course, a huge boost to the public finances, which enables us to responsibly fund public services and deliver key priorities. Those priorities include, of course, free breakfast clubs at all primary schools in England, the first 750 of which are beginning this month via our early adopter scheme, worth £450 to children's parents and carers. To go further, the government will bring forward its comprehensive child poverty strategy as soon as possible.
The steps the government is taking to address concerns of overseas companies evading VAT on online sales by fraudulently registering UK addresses.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and at spring statement he will have seen the government set out progress on autumn budget measures to tackle a range of sources of tax avoidance and of the tax gap. That includes, of course, prosecuting more fraudsters, introducing a new HMRC reward scheme for informants, tackling phoenicism, and, of course, tackling the offshore the offshore non-compliance tax gap.
Deirdre Costigan.
Question number two, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Growth is the #1 priority of this government, and that is why at the autumn budget and at the spring statement, we unlocked an additional £113 billion for capital spending compared with the plans that we inherited from the previous government. Yesterday, we announced significant support both for the automotive sector and life sciences. And ahead of the spending review in June, we've announced the rollout of additional 60,000 places in construction skills so we can build the homes and the infrastructure that our country desperately needs.
Deirdre Costigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To drive progress on our growth mission and get the most out of taxpayers' money, it's vital that departments work collaboratively and not at odds with each other. So can the Chancellor outline how she is promoting cross-departmental working and planning as part of the spending review?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and the Chief Secretary is working closely with colleagues in a constructive way to bring together clusters of colleagues to discuss some of the pressing issues that span across government departments that no one government department can address on its own, whether that is SEND reform for early years or indeed tackling issues around homelessness and the cost of temporary accommodation. So we're working cross-government to address some of these cross-cutting issues.
The Chancellor's absolutely right, to focus on increasing economic growth. So please can she explain to me why my office is still waiting on a response on behalf of a small business to a letter I sent on the 12th of December asking her to look into the impact of her national insurance rise on small businesses. We asked for an update on the 11th of February. I raised a point of order on the 10th of March and I still haven't had a response. Please can she get a response to me as soon as possible?
I will follow up on that issue, but for the smallest businesses, those employing the equivalent of 4 people on the national living wage will be paying no national insurance at all from this April. So for the smallest businesses, up to 1 million businesses, they'll be paying less or the same national insurance to what they were paying previously.
Shall the Select Committee, Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since the spring statement, the world has been rocked by the announcements by President Trump on tariffs last week. It's an event that is as significant as the financial crisis of 2008, or indeed, perhaps as COVID. In those instances, the state unleashed everything it could to try and resolve those issues. Is the Chancellor considering changing any of her rules in order to make sure that everything that the state can throw at this problem is being done?
I think it is incredibly important to retain cool heads at this moment. Tariffs have been imposed and we are working closely with our friends and counterparts in the United States to reduce the impact on those, not just in the UK, but around the world as well. At the same time, as I said in my opening remarks, we're looking to secure better trading relationships with some of our biggest trading partners around the world. Of course, as we did yesterday, we are looking at some of the sectoral responses on life sciences, on automotives, on steel as well. But the fiscal rules are very important for giving our country the stability it needs. We saw what happened when the previous government lost control of the public finances. It resulted in interest rates going through the roof, meaning higher costs for businesses and for working families. We won't make those mistakes. That's why the fiscal rules are non-negotiable and stability for this government is sacrosanct.
Tim Farron.
Mr. Speaker, isn't now absolutely the right time to start trying to make our own look? And in that light, wouldn't this also be the right time for the Chancellor to give the green light to the upgrade to the A66 between Penrith and Scotch Corner? This is an A road where 25% of all the traffic is freight. That's twice the average for A roads across the country. Outrageous that so much of that is single carriageway. So wouldn't this be great for the economy as well as saving lives as you gave that a green light today?
Impressive. So we'll be considering all of these schemes as part of the spending review, but I absolutely do agree with the honourable gentleman that we need to go further and faster to grow our economy. That's why we are spending £113 billion more on capital investment in this Parliament compared to the plans that we inherited, which means that we can upgrade more roads, more rail lines, more energy infrastructure and build the 1.5 million homes our country needs too.
Shadow Minister Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, the spring statement rushed through changes to disability benefits or pocket money to the Chief Secretary to help plug the 14 billion gap in public finances created by the first Labour budget. Now we are already in the OBR's scenario 2 on tariffs, and the Chancellor is once again forecast to be out of room on her fiscal targets. Therefore, how does she plan to ask the Chief Secretary to update departmental budgets in his multi-year spending review to avoid punishing businesses and people once again with further taxes?
I think the honourable gentleman is somewhat jumping the gun. We delivered the spring statement just 2 weeks ago, and we were able to restore the fiscal headroom in that after the change in global bond yields. We will set out the budget in the autumn, moving to one fiscal event a year, very, very different from the multiple budgets we had from the previous government. But we've set the spending totals for the spending review, and we'll be setting out the departmental allocations on June the 11th.
Andrew George.
Question 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while short-term lets and second homes can benefit the tourist economy, we also recognise that they can impact the availability and affordability of main homes in some communities. That is why we have enabled councils to charge a premium of up to 100% on the council tax bills of second homes, why we have increased the higher rates of stamp duty land tax on the purchase of second homes, and we have abolished the furnished holiday lets tax regime.
Andrew George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister for that response, but I believe we can go further. This isn't about the politics of envy, but the politics of social justice. Sure, it cannot be right that, for example, in Cornwall, over £500 million of taxpayers' money through the small business rate relief system has gone into the pockets of holiday homeowners in the last 10 years, and many of those have indeed flipped their second homes into the small business rating system in order to take advantage of the loophole. Would the Minister be prepared to meet with me so that we can find a more equitable way of spending public money which goes into first homes rather than second homes?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his remarks then, and I do agree with him very much on the importance of taking the right action to tackle second homes. I understand he had a meeting with the Minister for Housing and Planning last week, and I'd be happy to follow up any items which arose from that. I would also add that as part of our plan to build more homes, that includes 4,500 new homes every year in Cornwall, and I hope he'll support those building plans too.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to add my voice as an MP from Cornwall to say that some of the actions the government has taken so far on second homes have been really helpful. And of course, the Renters' Rights Bill will help with those evictions when people are flipping their houses. I would also ask that we look at the loophole between council tax and business rates, and of course that registration or licensing scheme on second homes, which the government will hopefully be bringing in soon.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her comments as well, and I appreciate the concerns, Mr. Speaker, that second homeowners may move to the business rate system. I would emphasise that there are requirements which must be met before properties can be assessed for business rates, and these have recently been strengthened, but of course we will keep that under review.
Dr. Rupert.
Mr. Speaker, number 4, please.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister have set out our ambitions to build 1.5 million homes this Parliament as part of our plan for change. At the spring statement, I announced steps towards this ambition with an additional £2 billion investment in social and affordable housing next year as a down payment on further investment at the spending review in June.
Dr. Rupert.
Welcome the Chancellor's build, build, build policy. But with £4 million a day being the cost of temporary housing in London, soaring rents and a frozen local housing allowance, no wonder London councils fear going bankrupt and having to rehouse people from outside the capital where only 5% of homes are affordable. So can my right honourable friend in the comprehensive spending review look into possibly uprating this stingy Tory legacy so that Londoners aren't forced out of London?
The key thing we need to do is build the homes our country desperately needs. That's why I put £600 million of investment into creating 60,000 additional places for people to learn the construction skills, good jobs, paying decent wages, building the homes that we need. And it's also why we're reforming the planning system so that we can actually get those homes built, backing the builders, not the blockers, which is what the party opposite did.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the weekend, The Times revealed the problems in the retirement housing market, both in terms of new builds, but also with resales, with many constituents of mine in mid-Sussex experiencing a loss on the houses or flats that they've inherited. Does the Chancellor consider that the housing market is adequately providing decent, affordable homes for those who are downsizing, as well as for first-time buyers?
I thank the Honourable Lady for that question. I'd be very happy to arrange a meeting for her with the relevant minister to discuss some of those specific issues around those retirement properties. But the Honourable Lady makes a really important point that we do need to make it easier for people to downsize, to free up those properties, including in the private sector, so there's more homes available for families.
The food.
Number 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Securing economic growth across the country is the government's #1 mission, and we're working in partnership with the Mayor of the North East, providing the North East Combined Authority with an integrated funding settlement from 26-27 and working with them on their local growth plan.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Combined Authority has identified a key growth corridor sweeping across my constituency, but a historic lack of investment that would create the Moor Farm and Seaton Burn roundabouts causes relentless disruption. It holds back growth, investment, opportunity. There's a business plan, it's in the North East Growth Plan and Road Investment Strategy. Does the Minister agree that this is exactly the sort of scheme this Labour government should support to boost economic growth in every region?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is committed to improving roads. We agreed a £4.8 billion settlement for national highways and funded a £500 million uplift for local roads in this financial year. Funding for the RIS3 programme that she mentioned will be considered in phase 2 of the spending review, and I'd encourage her to continue to engage with the Roads Minister on this issue.
I presume Mr Lamont thinks it's North East Scotland rather than North East of England. John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government decided to cancel the A1 upgrade, which will harm the economy, not just in the North East of England, but in the south of Scotland. So what economic impact assessment did the government take before deciding to cancel this vital road link?
Nice try. In terms of North East growth, I've already said that we're working very closely with the Mayor of the North East, and I suggest that he asks questions about roads in transport questions relevant to his part of the country.
I now call the Minister to answer Alistair Carmichael's question on the potential impact of changes to the agricultural property relief and business property relief on farmers, which was omitted in error from the earlier versions of the order paper. So can I... Alistair Carmichael.
Speaker.
Oh, right.
Sir, yes. Right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister with responsibility for the UK tax system, I have had several meetings with organisations on this matter since the autumn budget last year. On February the 18th, the Minister for Food Security, Rural Affairs and I met with the National Farmers Union, the Tenant Farmers Association, the Country Land and Business Association, the Central Association of Agricultural Valuers, Ulster's Farmers Union, NFU Cymru, NFU Scotland and the Farmers Union of Wales.
Alistair Carmichael.
I thank the Chancellor's human shield for that answer. But I have to say that the fact that the Chancellor sitting on the Treasury bench wasn't prepared to stand up and answer for herself demonstrates a distinct lack of respect bordering on contempt for her farmers. Will she not meet the farming unions, the banks, the professional organisations, even the supermarkets themselves, to hear why they all think that her calculations are wrong? If the Minister wants to ask her before he stands up, I'm sure we'll all allow him a second or two.
Not the most dignified question from the right honourable gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I, on the Chancellor's behalf, have met numerous organisations about this matter, including those I listed a moment ago, including the right honourable gentleman himself when he came to the Treasury to meet me, and of course extensive debates in this place. Mr. Speaker, we may not agree on the way forward, but I don't think anyone can accuse us of not having listened.
Very good job. Question number 6, Mr. Speaker. Minister, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Increasing investment, both public and private, in the UK is the government's absolute priority. It is the route to restarting badly needed productivity and wage growth. As the honourable member will know, at the International Investment Summit, companies committed to a record-breaking £63 billion worth of investments. This is set to help create around 30,000 jobs.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for that answer, and particularly that it's their top priority, because on the 17th of October, the government announced that they had got this 63 billion, and we've heard from the Chancellor that she's going to act decisively. So I just want to check her track record on that. You've had 6 months, you've had 63 billion. How much money has gone out of the door for those oven-ready projects across the country?
Thank you for that question. Now, I'm a very good colleague of ministers, and I'll be excited to know that the Business Secretary will be announcing that some projects are already in the ground, shovels going into the ground in the coming weeks. And what I'm not going to do is preempt that today.
Matt Weston.
In a recent PwC survey, it showed that the UK is now the second most attractive investment destination amongst global chief executives, ahead of countries such as China, Germany and India. This shows that the government's careful stewardship of our economy has led to stability amongst the global landscape. Does the Chancellor agree with me that the UK is now open for business after years of Conservative chaos?
My honourable friend consistently asks good questions that go to the heart of the matter. If I look back over the last 14 years, what I see is that British business investment has been the lowest in the G7 year after year, and we are going to put that right.
Sonny Culliford.
Question 8, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The growth mission is the central mission of this government. At the budget, we delivered a £1.1 billion cash increase to the transport budget for 2025-26 compared to 24-25, representing a 1.5% real terms increase. We also set out further spending plans for transport in June.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What value does my right honourable friend expect the recently announced and much anticipated Portishead and Pill railway line will add to the local economy of my constituency of North Somerset?
Firstly, can I congratulate my honourable friend for his campaigning on this issue and declare that as the neighbouring constituency, there may be some indirect benefit for my constituents. But I can confirm to the House that the project supports both regional and national strategic objectives. The West of England is the most productive city region outside of London and is set to continue to grow. An efficient and reliable rail link between Bristol and Portishead will support a range of large and small sites for housing and employment across the region, halving journey times and opening a wide range of job and leisure opportunities for the residents of North Somerset.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If steel production ceases or is curtailed at the Scunthorpe Steelworks, there will be a massive impact on the wider economy in northern Lincolnshire. Could the Minister give an assurance that contingency plans, including improvements to transport infrastructure, are in place should the worst happen?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. We recognise how important this issue is for his constituency, the region, and indeed the national economy. My ministerial colleagues in the Department for Business and Trade are in discussions on this particular issue, but as he would expect in our infrastructure strategy, we're considering the best value for aligning investments between housing, rail, energy and other types of infrastructure to deliver growth for everyone in every region of the country.
Shadow Minister Gareth Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the Energy Secretary is against airport expansion unless it's in Doncaster. And we know that many Labour MPs are against airport expansion unless it's in Pakistan. To be fair, at least the Chancellor wants airport expansion actually in this country. But at the same time, she's jacking up air passenger duty by as much as 16%. Only this Chancellor could be pro-airport but anti-passenger. Labour's Climate Change Committee want to see air passenger numbers fall by 2030. Does he?
Minister.
No.
Van der Beshra.
Question number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. The National Wealth Fund has had constructive meetings with all of our mayors, and we have given a mandate to the National Wealth Fund to work with mayors on tailored offers for their communities. I'm meeting with Mayor Andy Burnham later today to take forward that shared objective to ensure that growth is generated everywhere and felt in all parts of our country.
Van der Beshra.
Mr. Speaker, as a fellow Northwestern MP, I'm sure you will share my pride that the banks of River Mersey were the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, and my constituency of Stockport continues to be a hub for innovation. We have many fantastic businesses in Stockport, including KNDS and the Heatons. They manufacture military bridging systems and the Boxer armoured vehicle for the British Army. Can the Minister outline how the National Wealth Fund will fuel economic growth in Stockport and also the investment we need in our local infrastructure?
I thank my honourable friend. I visited Stockport with my honourable friend and with the mayor last year to see the regeneration work that's happening there, linking new investment in housing with transport infrastructure as well. And I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his leadership. Last month, alongside the increase in defence spending to 2.5% of GDP, we've also set the National Wealth Fund strategic direction with a focus on support for the defence sector through dual-use technology, creating more good jobs in all parts of the country, including in Stockport.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Speaker. Economic policy should benefit all regions of Britain, including rural counties like Lincolnshire, where we grow a disproportionate amount of the food that feeds the nation. So does she recognise that in an age where the two biggest economies in the world are protecting their industries, including agriculture, that the time has come to reinvest in manufacturing, to consume more of what we produce here in Britain, to echo the Liberal Democrats' call to buy British? That means using government procurement to back British jobs, British projects, British workers.
My right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, has set out new reforms for procurement rules to enable just that. We want more British businesses to win contracts. We want more small businesses in Britain to win contracts. Businesses in all parts of the economy, including in food and farming. And in farming, we gave a record settlement of £5 billion in the budget last year to support this important part of our national economy.
Dr. Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is currently no tram train network from central Sheffield to Uterbridge, Warncliffe, Deepcar or Stocksbridge, nor an operational train service to these areas. My constituents want to see the Sheffield tram network extended to Stocksbridge and connect these rural communities with jobs, education and hospitals, as well as supporting the advanced manufacturing district and steel plant in Stocksbridge. Ahead of the spending review, will the Minister meet with me and the Mayor of South Yorkshire to discuss the next steps to establish the Stocksbridge extension to the Sheffield tram train?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and the Chief Secretary is working closely with mayors, including Oliver Coppard, to understand their priorities for the places that they represent at the spending review in June. We'll continue that work. At the same time, as the right honourable gentleman opposite has said, we are backing the airport at Doncaster, bringing more good jobs to South Yorkshire.
Alistair Bland.
Question 10, please, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Sammy Wilson, I forgot about him. He's not standing. Come on, Sammy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
perhaps the Chancellor could tell us what discussions he has had with the Northern Ireland Executive to ensure that the National Wealth Fund is used to promote economic growth in Northern Ireland, but does not agree that really the big impediment to growth is the fact that she's taxing businesses to death.
Yep.
Well, the Office for Budget Responsibility have revised growth up from next year, and at the end of the forecast period expect the economy to be bigger than they thought at the budget last year. We are using the National Wealth Fund, the British Business Bank and UK Export Finance to support businesses all across the UK. And just recently we were able to announce significant investment at Thales in Belfast to create jobs in the defence industry there for export of goods to Ukraine.
Question 10, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government's top priorities for pensioners are to raise the state pension and to rescue the NHS. Over 12 million pensioners saw their state pension rise by 4.1% this week, well ahead of inflation. That is worth an extra £470 a year for someone on the full new state pension and £360 a year for those on the full basic state pension.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 250 pieces of outstanding casework relating to the winter fuel payment. An elderly constituent of mine in Freeman, Somerset, emailed me this winter with a picture showing her thermometer was at 15 degrees, saying they have to stay in bed for as long as possible each day to stay warm. With energy bills now increasing, does the Minister agree that the decision to cut the winter fuel payment has already had serious consequences on the welfare of pensioners across our country?
I thank the honourable member for that question. What this government is doing is raising the state pension. It's extending the warm homes discount. It's making sure that an extra 50,000 people received access to pension credit over the course of the last 6 months. And we talk about mistakes that have had lasting consequences for pensioners. I look back to the coalition government's decision to cut by 90% the rate of energy installations under their watch. That has had a legacy that pensioners are living with day in, day out in terms of leaky homes. And this government is getting on with insulating homes right across this country.
Mr. Speaker, would the Minister agree with me that the increase of 4.1% to the new state pension will make a huge difference to pensioners in my constituency of Harlow? And will he detail what more the government is doing to tackle the cost of living crisis which was left by the last government?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, who is a regular attendee at these questions and, in fact, every other questions as far as I can work out. He's right to say that we will do more, because we're not just increasing pensions above the rate of inflation this year. We'll be doing it throughout this Parliament, and that should see the state pension rise by up to £1,900 by the end of this Parliament.
Kim Johnson.
Question number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liverpool City Region Combined Authority will benefit from our £900 million UK Shared Prosperity Fund to allow it to invest into local communities like my honourable friends. From the start of 2026-27, her combined authority will receive a single flexible funding pot through their integrated settlement to allow local leaders across the UK to deliver important projects for their local area, including on high streets. And to deliver on our manifesto pledge, we intend to introduce permanently lower tax rates for retail, hospitality and leisure properties, including those on the high street, from 26-27.
Kim Johnson.
I thank the Minister for his response to my question, but Everton in my Liverpool Riverside constituency is the most deprived in the country, and residents have received a double blow with the imminent closure of Lloyds Bank and the planned closure of the Crown Post Office, which is going to have a devastating impact on both residents and businesses alike. So will the Minister agree to meet with me to talk about and discuss these closures and to talk about the desperate need for a banking hub in this particular area?
I thank my honourable friend, and as every constituency MP will know, these are always difficult decisions for closures of banking services on our high street. That's why the government is committed to championing access through by rolling out banking hubs across the country. We are committed to delivering 350 of those. 220 have already been announced, and the closure of the post office that my honourable friend raises will trigger a further cash access assessment for her constituency, and I'll be pleased to arrange a meeting for her with the relevant minister to look at those options for her constituency.
Is it a Liverpool overspill in Frankfurt? Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank the honourable lady for that. The Minister's response is really where the key answer is. The Minister's right to highlight the issues, whether it be Liverpool, Everton,
Edinburgh, Cardiff, Belfast or Strangford. The issue of opportunities, in Northern Ireland we have done an opportunity. It's an over the shops apartment conversions. In other words, giving the opportunities for housing for those. And does the honourable gentleman agree that the possibilities for regeneration of the high streets and the town centres can be done also with domestic opportunities as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a shared ambition, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our high streets are thriving communities for people that live there, shop there or work there. That's why we're delivering integrated settlement for combined authority mayors in England, and have delivered a real terms increase in funding for the Northern Ireland Executive, the largest since devolution has begun, to be able to invest in exactly those types of local projects.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following on from the honourable member for Strangford, whether it is Liverpool, Riverside, St Albans or indeed anywhere else in the country, high streets up and down the land have just been hit with the double whammy of the jobs tax and the higher business rates bills. Can ministers please set out what steps they are taking to prevent an epidemic of boarded up shop fronts in the next 12 months ahead of the new rate coming in next year?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. As I've informed the House already, we are committed to supporting independent businesses and retailers on the high street. That's why the change to employer national insurance contributions was designed in a way to support the smaller businesses in our country. They're the 50% of businesses paying the same or less than they did under the previous regime. And as she's alluded to, bringing forward permanent deductions for the retail, hospitality and leisure sector for their business rate taxations, which will be important for the long-term sustainability of the businesses she raises.
Colin Anderson.
Question to answer.
Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. We have heard from UK businesses that our regulatory system often holds back growth and investment. We recently published a regulation action plan and committed to cut administrative costs of regulation on businesses by 25% by the end of this Parliament. We are going further and faster than ever before to streamline regulation to make Britain the best place in the world to do business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. She will know that both domestic and international investors are often influenced by decisions taken by multiple agencies, regulators, and indeed government departments, which is why consistency is so key. So can the Minister update the House on how the Treasury is supporting cross-government, whole of government and whole of regulator approach to delivering coherent UK regulatory frameworks that strike a balance between protecting consumers and boosting the global competitiveness of the UK economy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a whole of government approach, and we secured 60 commitments from key regulators to improve the business environment. The government is stripping back duplication of regulation and streamlining regulation, ultimately delivering a regulatory system that encourages new investment, innovation and growth.
Dave Doogan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inward investment projects in Scotland in 2023 grew by 12.7% compared to 6% across the rest of the United Kingdom. 2023 saw record investment in Scotland, maintaining Scotland's position as the top performing area of the UK for the 9th year running. International business wants to locate in Scotland because they understand that GDP per person in Scotland has grown by 10.5% compared with 6.5% in the UK since 2007. What does the Chancellor think that her fiscal intervention since October will have on that attractiveness of Scotland as a destination? And what discussions has she had with the Scottish Government about the jeopardy she's placed our economy in?
The Chancellor delivered the biggest ever settlement for Scotland in October 2025. And I think the answer is thank you.
Mr. Mark Garnier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There is a great deal of speculation, Mr. Speaker, about the future of the cash ISA. This is an important savings mechanism, as we know, for many, many savers across the country, all of whom will be dismayed at the loss of a significant part of their cash savings opportunity. But just as importantly, Mr. Speaker, cutting cash ISAs will deprive building societies of important funds for their balance sheets, reducing the amount of capital that will be available for the residential mortgage market. And this is the point that's been raised to me by the mutual societies. Mr. Speaker, given that this will have a profound effect on mutuals' ability to raise debt capital, what research has the government undertaken to establish the extent of the damage this measure may inflict on the residential mortgage market, not least important for all our constituents, but also crucial for the 1.5 million new homes the government is proposing to build?
I work very closely with the mutuals and other financial services firms, and I think he is slightly jumping the gun here, if he doesn't mind me saying. We are considering options to reform ISAs, but we need to get the balance right between cash and equities. We know that there are many people who have investment in cash ISAs who could think about possibly investing in our capital markets. That would be a win for them in terms of higher returns, but also for the economy. But we absolutely understand the role that cash savings has for people for a rainy day.
Diana.
Question number 13.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, helping people into good work and financial independence is at the heart of our approach to supporting people on the lowest incomes. That is why we have increased the national living wage by 6.7%, equal to £1,400 this year for someone working full-time. Our plan to make work pay will tackle the poor job security and working conditions that has been holding our economy back, and the Pathways to Work Green Paper announced an additional £1 billion investment in employment, health and skills support.
It's all very well for the Minister to talk about helping people into work, but is he aware of the many millions of people on PIP who rely on that PIP to work, and yet it's the PIP that is going to be slashed as a consequence of the Spring Statement? And is he aware also that there are very many people that would prefer the government, rather than balancing its books on some of the poorest and most vulnerable people in our society, why is it rejecting a tax of just 2% on people with assets over 10 million, which would raise over 24 billion?
Mr. Speaker, at the autumn budget last year, the Chancellor announced a series of reforms to fix the public finances in as fair a way as possible, making sure the wealthiest in our society pay their fair share of tax. The welfare reforms announced at Spring Statement are principled reforms to help get people back into work, because work is the best way out of poverty, whilst also providing that support for those who need it and making sure the system is sustainable for the future.
Early this year, I spoke to my local CAP debt support team in Guildford, and they explained to me how they're supporting many low-income individuals out of debt who no sooner as they are out of debt, they start accruing it again because universal credit is insufficient to cover their basic needs due to the cost of living in an area like Guildford. What work has the Minister done to assess whether universal credit levels are sufficient to cover the varied and increasing basic living costs across the country and preventing people in the lowest incomes from going further into difficulty and debt?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has already taken action with respect to the fair repayment rate, which lowers the cap of deductions on universal credit to 15% from 25% that it was before the autumn budget last year. That will benefit 1.2 million households by an average of £420 a year, including 700,000 of the poorest families with children benefiting as a result of that change.
Shadow Minister James White.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Businesses have just been hit by the Chancellor's £25 billion jobs tax, which will cost working families £3,500, as well as nearly doubling business rates for hospitality and retail businesses. How does imposing taxes that the OBR say will result in lower wages, higher prices and fewer jobs help growth and those on the lowest incomes? And will the Chancellor keep her promise not to come back with more taxes in this Parliament?
Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Minister talks about business rate support, and I might remind him that if we had carried on with the plans inherited from the party opposite, business rates relief would have ended entirely this month. It is only thanks to the decision of this government that rates relief is continuing for this year, ahead of permanent reforms, permanently lower tax rates of retail, hospitality and leisure premises on the high street from April 2020. That is thanks to the decision this government has made.
Question 14, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with permission, I would like to answer this question together with, I think, question 24, but I've lost track slightly of the 19, in fact. That's a great suggestion, Mr. Speaker. May I take you up on that? Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to making sure the wealthiest in our society pay their fair share of tax, and that is why the Chancellor announced a series of reforms at Autumn Budget 2024 to help fix the public finances in as fair a way as possible. These included increasing the rates of capital gains tax, increasing air passenger duty for private jets, and raising stamp duty for buyers of second or more homes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Analysis from a number of disability groups shows that the pathways to work green paper will have a detrimental effect on over 3 million people. Polling from Oxfam shows that 77% of the public would rather the UK government increase taxes on the very richest rather than cut the benefits of the poorest in society. Shouldn't we therefore be looking at raising funds from those with the broadest shoulders?
Mr. Speaker, as I made clear in my earlier response, the government's already made changes to make the tax system fairer and make sure the wealthiest pay their fair share. The reforms to the welfare system are principled reforms to tackle the perverse incentives that encourage inactivity. We need to be supporting those in most need, getting people back into work wherever possible, and protecting the sustainability of the welfare system.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let's be frank and let's not spin it. For 14 years, we have seen austerity that has ripped the heart out of communities. And then we had a global pandemic where inequality was accelerated. And we still are feeling the effects of a cost of living crisis that is making ordinary people poorer. The public don't want cuts, they don't want austerity. What they do want is an annual wealth tax on the very wealthiest in society. Isn't it time that we have a government that does something different, gives people what they want, and is willing to redistribute wealth for the benefit of many in society and improve living standards?
Mr. Speaker, I politely suggest if my honourable friend thinks that we are imposing austerity, he hasn't read the budget very carefully. There are increases to revenue spending in all departments. There are across the public spending envelope. There is an increase in capital investment. We're making sure that we're building for the future whilst protecting our fiscal rules. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, those fiscal rules are not a nice-to-have addition to the way that we approach the economy. Fiscal irresponsibility has a huge cost, as we saw under the previous government.
Right, Mr. Speaker, we support the government in trying to determine a fair level of tax, especially amongst the very wealthy. But would he agree that in determining the possibility of a wealth tax, would he establish, if they can, the number of people that may leave the country as a result of that and therefore pay no income tax whatsoever?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman makes an important point that we need to make sure the wealthiest in society pay their fair share, whilst also making sure that we attract talent from around the world to come to the UK, to work here, to invest and to help grow our economy, because it is on the back of that investment and that economic growth that will make people across the UK better off by getting more money in their pockets.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Number 15, Mr. Speaker.
Sir Julian.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer this question together with number 16. The government understands the importance of in-person banking to communities. We're working closely with the industry to roll out 350 banking hubs across the UK. Over 220 hubs have already been announced and over 135 of those are already open.
Sir Julian Smith.
Rural communities such as Settle in North Yorkshire are really struggling from this loss of face-to-face banking services. Link hubs, one route for them to replace banks that are closing. Could I urge ministers to do what they can, I accept it's an independent organisation, with Link to help them relax the criteria for rural communities, allowing them more face-to-face banking services?
I thank him for that question. I'd be very happy to meet if there was a specific banking hub that had been considered that he'd like to discuss. We do work very, very closely with Link. He will know under his government, under FSMA 2023, the legislation was passed that Link and the financial service sector and the FCA ultimately have the power over the criteria, and that's not something that we're planning to change.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How does the Minister plan to make it easier to establish banking hubs in our communities where we've lost all of the banks? Now, I did have a meeting with the previous Minister, but she left government before that meeting could take place. Would the Minister agree to meet with me so I can discuss about a banking hub in my constituency of Broxbourne, in particular the town of Cheshunt?
Always happy to meet colleagues and happy to meet the honourable gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, the criteria that's applied by Link is too strict, and banks are being unable to walk away from their customers. And in Eltham, we've had a salami slicing process of banks gradually leaving the high street, but because we have a building society, we can't ask for a hub. Would you undertake to review this, the Link's approach to this, because it is leaving customers with difficulties in actually carrying out their banking businesses?
As I said in my previous answer, we don't have any plans to change the Link criteria. That is a matter for Link. But there are some flexibilities in the way that they apply this criteria, depending on the local population and travel times to nearby bank branches and indeed the number of small businesses in an area. So I would be happy to meet with my honourable friend if that is something of concern to him.
Come to topicals, Douglas McCallum.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you shocked me by moving to topicals so quickly that I've now found my page ready to be able to answer them. From ferries to the National Care Service, we've seen failure after failure from the SNP in Scotland, including a track record of waste. In contrast, this Labour government is tackling waste and investing in frontline services like our National Health Service, which has seen waiting lists for every month for the past 5 months in England. We hope that the people of Scotland will soon have the opportunity to experience such transformation.
Douglas McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor set out a clear plan to drive better value for taxpayers in the spring statement, including through the Transformation Fund, which will transform frontline delivery while making savings in the long term. Does the Chancellor agree with me that this is in stark contrast to the SNP Scottish Government's record of waste?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. As he knows, we've given the Scottish Government the largest increase in spending since devolution began, and the people of Scotland expect that money to be spent well, as we are in England, in transforming public services, improving the National Health Service. But they may have to know, given the SNP are not here in the chamber today, that they'll need to elect a Labour government in Scotland later next year.
So the Chancellor Milstrap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was obvious to many before the emergency budget that the President of the United States was going to be slapping tariffs on our exports. So could I ask the Chancellor why it was that she came forward at the emergency budget with a recklessly slender sliver of headroom, the same headroom that she had at the time of the autumn budget, which proved then to be entirely inadequate. She blew it and more due to her disastrous economic choices.
I'm sorry to disappoint the Shadow Chancellor, but because of the ordering of questions, he's stuck with me, I'm afraid. But to answer his question, he will have seen that at the budget, we increased the fiscal headroom back to our agreement of £9.9 billion, which was more than the headroom that we'd inherited from the party opposite. The key difference is this is a government that takes economic and political stability importantly, because when you lose control of the economy, you lose control of family finances, and ultimately you end up in opposition.
Just to correct the record, the order paper has not changed at all in topicals. I'll stop.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're quite right about that, as you are about everything. And indeed, the right honourable gentleman is completely wrong when he says he inherited less headroom than was the case at the autumn budget. He inherited on the current budget 23 billion. He took it down to 9.9 to be precise. And he also loosened the fiscal targets, which is why he's not underwater already on the targets that we had when we were in government. But could I ask him, the fiscal targets are looking under a great deal of pressure come the autumn. There's a great deal of speculation and uncertainty amongst businesses as to whether this will lead to tax increases. Could he take away that uncertainty now, particularly given the tariffs and all the uncertainty that is vested in that, to make it clear at that dispatch box there will be no further increases in taxation of businesses this Parliament?
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. It was our ordering that caused the problem, not the ordering of questions in the House. The right honourable gentleman knows the tax decisions are taken at the budget, but we've been very clear that we are working hand in glove with businesses to be able to bring growth back to the economy and to ensure investment is coming forward, private sector and public sector. And he will know from his time of swimming underwater, this government is taking a different approach to fiscal discipline that I think he should welcome.
Catherine Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The defence sector is a vital part of our local economy in Derby, particularly with the landmark £9 billion deal struck with Rolls-Royce, supporting the Royal Navy's submarines and providing a major jobs boost. Does the Chancellor agree that national security goes hand in hand with economic security and, in turn, financial security for households?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. The first duty of any government is to keep the nation safe, and that is why we're increasing defence spending as a share of GDP to 2.5%, the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. And of course, Derby has a vital role to play within the UK's defence sector, particularly in nuclear engineering and aerospace, as demonstrated by the landmark £9 billion deal with Rolls-Royce, which will create up to 1,000 jobs in the city and protect thousands more.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the fast action by the government to convene the automotive industry in reaction to President Trump's damaging tariffs, but the measures in and of themselves won't create new export markets or stimulate demand here in the UK. So could I ask ministers whether they will look at Liberal Democrat calls to reintroduce the plug-in car grant, equalise VAT for EV pavement charging, and will the government instruct the Valuation Office to scrap business rates for EV charging bays until the transition is complete?
We announced support, which was very much welcomed by the automotive sector yesterday, around the phase-out of internal combustion engine cars, giving much more flexibility around the allowances, more flexibilities around plug-in hybrid vehicles. All of that is welcome, but of course we're keeping a watching brief, as well as trying to ensure that there are new markets for cars made in Britain, in other countries around the world, by securing more trade deals.
Oliver Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is the Chancellor doing to support businesses and to boost wages in towns like Burnley, Padiham and Briarfield, forgotten by 14 years of the previous government?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and he's doing great work supporting local businesses in Burnley, including the digital marketing startup Door4, which I know that he's been championing.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been contacted by many local businesses, including the Cross Keys pub in the Holt Heath National Reserve and the Bear Cafe in Wimborne. 2 different venues, 2 different locations, both telling me that these are the most extreme trading conditions seen in hospitality ever. With national insurance, minimum wage and energy and food costs, will the Chancellor consider a reduction on VAT on hospitality sales to protect high streets, local producers and save our communities?
Mr. Speaker, I'm unclear if the Honourable Lady is opposed to the increase in the national minimum wage from her remarks just then, but she should know that we've extended support for businesses in terms of business rates relief this year, which would have ended entirely under the plans that we inherited from the previous government, ahead of permanently lower multipliers for retail, hospitality and leisure premises on the high street from April 2026.
And Tomlins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a North London MP, I know that tackling the high housing costs in this city is a priority for my constituents, and it's my belief that one route to doing that is to invest in the country as a whole, so we're not just flying on one London-shaped engine. To that end, Mr. Speaker, did you know that Leeds is the largest city in Western Europe that doesn't have a tram or a mass transit system? And that is a damning indictment on decades of economic failure. And I would like to ask the Chancellor, will she do all she can to make sure the Leeds tram can be built as fast as possible so that her constituents and mine can be better off?
Here, here. I better declare an interest as a proud Member of Parliament for Leeds West and Pudsey. West Yorkshire Combined Authority is receiving £830 million for transport spending through round 1 of the City Regional Sustainable Transport Settlement, including £200 million for the development of a mass transport system. It's been too long that Leeds has lacked this. Under this government, we'll put that investment in and get those trams running.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the jobs tax, the increases in business rates and as a result of US tariffs, it's vital to stimulate the UK economy. So what is the Chancellor's plan, and can she expect us to see interest rates fall? Perhaps if she was listening to the question, Mr. Speaker, she'd be able to answer.
Mr. Speaker, I think that was a question about business rates reform, and as the Honourable Lady will know, we published a discussion paper on transforming business rates, which I'm sure the Right Honourable Lady would have read and responded to. I'll look out for her consultation response in what we've received. But transforming business rates, Mr. Speaker, is about making sure that we make the business rate system fit for the future to support investment and business growth right across the UK.
Dr. Alison Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Chancellor join me in congratulating Goodwin International, who are building a multi-million-pound production unit in Newstead in Stoke-on-Trent South, creating up to 100 jobs in defence manufacturing? And does the Chancellor agree that increased investment in defence spending will have a tangible impact on people in my constituency, fuelling jobs and local investment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and can I congratulate my honourable friend for championing jobs and businesses in her constituency. As she knows, the Prime Minister and Chancellor have confirmed that defence spending will increase to 2.5% of GDP by 2027, and that a minimum of 10% of the Ministry of Defence equipment budget will now be spent on novel technologies like drones and AI, which will create highly skilled jobs and drive benefits to the wider economy, including in her constituency of Stoke-on-Trent South.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Earlier on in questions, in response to my honourable friend for Grantham and Bourne, the Chief Secretary rejected Labour's Climate Change Committee's advice regarding aviation policy. That also goes directly against what the Energy Secretary are committed to. Who in government should we believe when it comes to aviation policy?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows that we are supporting airport expansion alongside investment in things like sustainable aviation fuel to be able to reduce carbon emissions from long-haul flights, as well as supporting investment into decarbonised surface transport to help people to get around the country and to their airports. I think maybe the members opposite might want to welcome investment into this country as opposed to talking it down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Chancellor if she will introduce a 12-month delay to the incoming change in taxation to double cab pickup trucks. The manufacturers and the commercial customers feel they haven't had the sufficient time to adjust to the new changes this month. Would you be able to share with us any impact assessment work carried out on the reclassification of double cab pickups, what effect it would have on the sector in Britain?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. But, Mr. Speaker, we've engaged with the automotive sector on this issue, and there are generous transitional arrangements in place to mitigate the impact. The government has had to take difficult decisions, but at the autumn budget 2024, we prioritise long-term support for growth-driving sectors, including over £2 billion over 5 years to support the automotive sector.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Ineffective energy trading with the EU is a major barrier for global investors. According to Energy UK, we are losing out on £30 billion of investments in interconnectors alone. What will the government do to improve our energy trading with the EU to unlock this vital opportunity?
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's Plan for Change sets out our ambitious but achievable target of clean power by 2030. The Clean Hour Action Plan demonstrates the significant investment requirements to reach this target, including in renewable infrastructure and the actions we will take to facilitate this. We've already taken action to remove the de facto ban on onshore wind in England, approved major solar projects, and delivered a record-breaking renewables auction.
Josh Fenton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last government left 4.5 million children in poverty, but like many colleagues, I'm alarmed that the impact assessment of the Spring Statement suggests that that number will rise, not fall. So can the Minister tell me when we can expect the results of the Child Poverty Task Force, and will it be delivered in time to influence decisions in the spending review?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. He knows that the government is committed to reducing child poverty and that we'll be bringing forward a child poverty strategy later this year. It will look at levers which support households to increase their income, such as supporting parents into secure employment, supporting progression in the labour market and considering social security reforms. And I can confirm the work of the task force is feeding into the spending review.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor talked earlier about the government's response to the new US trade policy. But what is the government doing about China's abuse of the world trade system? In particular, what will the government do to challenge China's status as a developing country at the WTO? Because this is the means by which China dodges so many of the rules imposed on countries like Britain and others in the West.
Well, trade issues are for the Secretary of State for Business and Trade, but I would say this. There are rightly concerns around global trade imbalances, but the response of the United States by putting tariffs on all countries, including the UK, that does not have a trade surplus, I think is a disproportionate response to a genuine problem of global trade imbalances.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome the Chancellor's commitment to investing in life sciences in this country. So can I encourage her to support the bid for a national mental health diagnostics and research centre in my constituency, not least as it costs this country on estimates up to £300 billion a year in lost economic production as a result of poor mental health.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And yesterday, the Prime Minister announced reforms to speed up clinical trials to ensure that the best new drugs can come to this country, benefiting from our NHS. On the specific issue around mental health treatment, I very much agree with my honourable friend about the importance of addressing these issues. Both for the health and well-being of individuals, but also because of the economic benefit that he speaks to. I'd be very happy to arrange a meeting with the relevant minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the 30th of October, the Chancellor upended our economy through tax rises and punitive death taxes. She has delivered a devastating blow to family farms and small family businesses, the very backbone of our economy. When will the Chancellor recognise that she is elected by the people, for the people? Every day she avoids engaging with the farming community is another day of willful neglect. Our farmers are being driven out not by market forces, but by a government blind to their struggles and deaf to their voices. When will she listen and speak with them?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Lady and I have discussed in several debates in recent months, the decision we took around agricultural property relief and business property relief was a difficult decision, but it was the right balanced decision to ensure we protect family farms and small businesses whilst fixing the public finances in a fair way. And fixing the public finances is in the interest of every member of this House and all of the constituents we represent, because it underpins the investment that we're putting into the future of this country and getting the economy growing.
Senator Baxter.
Mr. Speaker, many thousands of my constituents in Paisley and Renfrewshire South work in public services, rely on public services, which are on their knees after 18 years of underinvestment by the SNP government at Holyrood. Can my right honourable friend set out how their views will be reflected in the spending review?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. And because of the decisions that we made in the budget last year, we were able to provide a record settlement for Scotland, for Wales, and indeed for Northern Ireland. It's a shame that the SNP government, the SNP MPs are not in the chamber today, but it is now their responsibility to spend that money wisely and invest in public services. We are bringing down NHS waiting lists in England and Wales. The same can't be said for Scotland.
Testament.
Mr. Speaker, in July 2023, my constituent Alison claimed a refund of overpaid but mistakenly paid twice tax. In February 24, she was told her claim would be assessed by 20th of March. In July 24, she was told 22nd of October. In December, she was told she couldn't have a date, but the department had definitely received her claim 16 months previously. She's heard nothing since. Can the Chancellor agree to meet with me to discuss this very vexed situation for someone who has very little money, and this claim is nearly 21 months delayed?
Mr. Speaker, I was sorry to hear about the Honourable Lady's constituents' experience. I assume she's referring to with HMRC in her question there. Whilst as the Minister with responsibility for HMRC, I can't get involved directly in individual cases, I'm happy to raise it with HMRC and make sure that they give it proper attention to try and resolve it.
Babisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local businesses have huge potential to create local growth in our community. It was fantastic earlier this year to see my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, visiting Derby South, engaging with these business leaders. Does the Minister agree that continued engagement with business leaders is absolutely key to building the business confidence that we so desperately need and was shattered by the previous government?
I thank my honourable friend for his question and for the invitation to join him in his constituency. I enjoy very much the regional reception with business leaders, as I have done in every region and nation across the country during this spending review. We'll continue to work hand in glove with them to unlock investment, create jobs and create growth for everybody across the whole country.
Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, earlier when the Chancellor was talking about the impact of tariffs, she pledged that the government would act in our national interest. How can it be in the whole national interest so long as the trade laws governing Northern Ireland are not the trade laws of the UK, but those of a foreign jurisdiction, the EU?
Got a statement, shortly.
Well, of course, we inherited the settlement made by the previous government. As the honourable member will know, there is a summit between the UK and the EU on the 18th of May, where we're looking to reduce the barriers to trade between the whole of the United Kingdom and the European Union. We recognise the specific issues around Northern Ireland, particularly in regards to the response to the tariffs, and we'll continue to work with the executive there to ensure that we get the best outcome for the people of Northern Ireland.
That completes questions. The Chancellor of the Exchequer will let the front benches change over. Right, we come to the urgent question. Alex Bogart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland
if he will update the House on the likely impact of EU tariffs on the US on the Northern Irish economy.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his question. As the Prime Minister has said, tariffs are not good news for anyone, and no one wants a trade war. The government is doing everything possible to keep Britain secure during this new era of global instability, and it will always act in the best interests of businesses in Northern Ireland. As part of our customs territory and internal market, Northern Ireland exporters are facing a general 10% US tariff and a 25% tariff on steel, aluminium and cars, like other exporters across the United Kingdom. Northern Ireland is not, therefore, uniquely disadvantaged. We are, of course, preparing for the EU's next move and any possible retaliatory tariffs that they may or may not introduce, as well as considering the impact new EU tariffs would have on Northern Ireland businesses importing from the United States of America, because under the Windsor framework, the EU tariff would apply. As honourable members will know, however, because of the Windsor framework, businesses can reclaim any such tariff through the existing duty reimbursement scheme in cases where US imports into Northern Ireland do not then enter the European Union. The customs duty waiver scheme also allows duties to be waived entirely, subject to an overall limit. These schemes work in our national interest, and HMRC is continuing to talk to and support any businesses that might be affected to help them understand how to use the duty reimbursement and customs duty waiver schemes. The Minister for the Cabinet Office has talked about all this with EU counterparts in recent days because the government is fully aware of how sensitive this issue is for businesses in Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, what we need in these circumstances is a calm and considered response, and that is what the government will continue to provide.
So, Secretary of State Alex Back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you also for granting this urgent question. It's incredibly important that this House has the opportunity to question the government on this issue before the Easter break and before the implementation of these tariffs. I have to say at the outset, I have enormous respect for my opposite numbers in the Northern Ireland office, but it is totally unacceptable that we should have gotten to this stage in proceedings without a minister coming to the House to update us on the likely impact on businesses in Northern Ireland of this emerging tariff war between the US and the EU. And this is coming, as the House will know, off the back of considerable damage done to the economy in Northern Ireland by the budget last year, by the increases in national insurance contributions, and by the changes to national minimum wage, which have completely undermined business confidence and which are driving unemployment in the region. So look, I ask the right honourable gentleman to answer the following three questions. The first is, has the government by now, a week on from the United States announcement, and sometime after the EU's publication of a 99-page draft tariff responses, has the government done an impact assessment of what this means for the Northern Irish economy and for businesses in Northern Ireland, and will he publish it? Second, he mentions quite rightly the duty reimbursement scheme, which would allow businesses importing, taking goods from GB to NI, having to pay the EU tariff to reclaim that tariff. That scheme is now going to be put under enormous pressure. It's going to have to deal with volumes not foreseen when it was originally put together. Does the Secretary of State have complete confidence that it is going to be able to reimburse businesses in a timely fashion so as not to disrupt trade? And third and finally, because Northern Ireland remains within the EU's custom code, affected Northern Ireland businesses buying affected goods will have to pay EU tariffs. But the same competitor businesses in GB will not. What is the government going to do to ensure that such businesses are not left disadvantaged and that we don't see serious distortions of trade? And with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, will the Secretary of State confirm to the House that in the event that we see a major diversion of trade, his government will be prepared to use Article 16 of the Windsor Framework, which allows the government to take decisions to ensure that businesses in Northern Ireland are not damaged. It's incredibly important that businesses hear that from the Secretary of State that this government is prepared to protect them in the event that this tariff war creates a diversion of trade for business there.
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his questions. I'm slightly surprised by his initial comment because, of course, we touched on this matter in Northern Ireland orals.
Only because I raised...
Well, indeed, but we touched on this matter in Northern Ireland orals last week. And, of course, the Business Secretary made a statement to the House last week. To answer his questions, of course, the government has been preparing for and looking at all eventualities. But until we know what the EU retaliatory tariffs are, it doesn't make much sense to publish speculation about their potential impact. On the duty reimbursement scheme, I have met with HMRC officials because I agree with him. It is very important that the scheme works effectively, depending on the number of Northern Ireland businesses that are affected to reimburse tariff. I would just say, however, that Northern Ireland imports about £800 million worth of goods from the United States of America, which is about 2% of Northern Ireland's total purchases, and therefore that impacts upon his third question. We're going to have to take this a stage at a time. The Prime Minister's made it quite clear that he will do what is in the national interest to protect our businesses and our companies and our economic future. But it is precisely because of the Windsor Framework that the duty reimbursement scheme exists.
Chair of the Select Committee, Tony Antoinette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the EU is currently consulting its member states on the goods it may target in response to the US tariffs. The Secretary of State has spoken about maybe there being no need to make an assessment yet. But in advance of the EU imposing retaliatory measures, has he made any assessment at all, if there's any point? And is he engaging with the European Commission to ensure that the interests of Northern Ireland businesses and consumers are fully taken into account in determining how the EU responds to the US tariffs?
Well, as I indicated in answer to the opposition spokesperson, of course the government has been preparing for all eventualities. But as I also indicated, there's no point in publishing something that is not based on the actual tariffs that the EU itself decides to impose. Therefore, it is sensible to wait until that moment arrives. Secondly, the EU will take such action as it determines is in its interests in response to the 20% tariffs that the United States of America has imposed on the EU, in addition to the tariffs on steel, aluminium and cars, and because of the Windsor Framework, which, let us not forget, gives Northern Ireland businesses unique access to the European market, which is not something that's enjoyed by businesses in the rest of Great Britain.
The Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Dr. Al Pinkerton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Financial Times reported at the weekend, and I think, as the Secretary of State has just confirmed, in the event of EU retaliatory tariffs, imported goods from the United States into Northern Ireland will by default be effectively forced down the red lane. And that, of course, means additional customs checks, time, red tape. And in the event of their imposition, EU tariff rates for goods coming into Northern Ireland, irrespective of their ultimate destination. And that risks a scenario where Northern Ireland importers are penalised more than almost any other business in either the UK or the EU, first at the border and then in administering the reclamation of those costs. Let us be clear, this chaotic situation is entirely the consequence of Donald Trump's destructive trade war. So can I ask the Secretary of State, what is the government doing to ensure that President Trump and the US administration are alert to the deeply unstabilising and destabilising effects of their tariff policy on the Good Friday Agreement and on the prospect of peace in Northern Ireland? And what active steps is the government taking to mitigate potential disruption to Northern Ireland businesses who now find themselves unwittingly caught up in Donald Trump's trade war? Thank you.
State.
Well, the single most important thing we can do for those businesses in Northern Ireland is to make sure, as I indicated a moment ago, that the duty reimbursement scheme works speedily and effectively. provided those businesses can demonstrate that the goods are not moving into the European Union, for obvious reasons, because otherwise Northern Ireland would become a backdoor to goods that were seeking to avoid the retaliatory tariffs. I would say to the honourable gentleman that the government will take all steps that are necessary to protect British businesses in the very difficult circumstances that we're facing, including continuing to seek to negotiate an economic deal with the United States of America, which is something we've been engaged on for some weeks now. It remains to be seen what may come out of that, but it is part of the calm and considered approach that the government is taking.
Good trader, Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The complexity of trade relationships on the island of Ireland are a result of Brexit. The importance of working both north-south and is as important as working east-west. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that strengthening relationships, not just with the European Union, but also the Republic of Ireland government, can put Northern Ireland into a pivotal position to navigate this new uncertainty?
Well, I say to my honourable friend, we are all having to navigate this new uncertainty as a result of the decision that the US administration has made. It is certainly true that leaving the European Union has created new complexities, and the reason there is a Windsor framework is because there are two entities, the United Kingdom and the European Union, with different trading rules, but an open border. And therefore, some method had to be found to deal with the consequence of that. And as I've said to the House before, trying to wish away that basic fact hasn't really worked.
Sir Julian Lewis.
It's really important that we keep cool. It's really important that we keep cool heads, and there will be attempts subsequent to my question to relitigate the Brexit wars. The fact of the matter is that the 2019 Brexit deal and the Windsor Framework give Northern Ireland a unique competitive advantage, 10% exports and access to the single market. Can I ask the Secretary of State if he could look, as a Shadow Secretary of State has implied, at a rapid automatic reimbursement scheme, because I think that scheme is the centre of easing tensions should there be retaliation on the EU side?
Well, the right honourable gentleman is absolutely right about the benefits that the Windsor Framework has given businesses in Northern Ireland in terms of access to the EU market. I would just say to him, rapid automatic doesn't quite square with the need for the businesses in Northern Ireland that are importing American goods in the eventuality of EU retaliatory tariffs, because they do have to demonstrate that they're not then moving on to the European Union, and that does require them to provide evidence to HMRC in order to get the tariff reimbursed.
Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. And of course, this situation is a reminder that the people of Northern Ireland were right to oppose Brexit in that referendum, absolutely right. And I'm really disappointed that the opposition started their response to this statement by complaining about the lowest paid workers in Northern Ireland getting a pay rise. Absolutely incredible. But the Minister touched on the trade negotiations between the UK and the United States. Can you reassure us that the situation in Northern Ireland is absolutely at the heart of those negotiations?
Well, I'm very...
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice crowd. What a good-looking group of people. Well, we have some very, very good news today, and a lot of good things are happening for our country. Please sit down. My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. Waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. We're going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen. We have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as Foreign leaders have stolen our jobs. Foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago, and you are now, but you don't too often, and for many years and decades even, you didn't hear too much about. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years. But it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal. That means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that. This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper, and in so doing, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen very quickly. With today's action, we are finally going to be able to make America great again, greater than ever before. Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. And ultimately, more production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back. We're going to come back very strongly. We're pleased to be joined on this momentous occasion by Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Where are you, J.D.? No, that wasn't too hard to find. I was looking, you know, he likes to take a low-key attitude, so usually we sit right in front. He's gaining a lot of confidence, Mike, isn't it? And nearly my entire cabinet is here, as well as Speaker Mike Johnson, has done an amazing job. And with the great success we had last night in Florida, we have a majority of 7. And 7's like a lot when we had it at 1, right? You've done a fantastic job. And many of the members of the House and Senate are with us. Senators, Congressmen, thank you all for being with us. We appreciate it. For decades, the United States slashed our trade barriers on other countries, while those nations placed massive tariffs on our products and created outrageous non-monetary barriers to decimate our industries. And in many cases, the non-monetary barriers were worse than the monetary ones. They manipulated their currencies, subsidized their exports, stole our intellectual property, imposed exorbitant VAT taxes to disadvantage our products, adopted unfair rules and technical standards, and created filthy pollution havens. They were absolutely filthy, but they always came to us and they said, we're violating, we should pay for it. It's all detailed in a very big report by the U.S. Trade Representative on foreign trade barriers, and I'll just hold it up for you. It's available, and you don't have to pay too much. As I understand it, you'll pay nothing. It's a lot of work for something, actually, because it's a special book. It's very, frankly, it's very upsetting when you read it, when you see what people have been doing to us for 30 years. This all happened with no response from the United States of America, none whatsoever. But those days are over. Let me offer just a few examples of the vicious attacks our workers have faced for so many years. The United States charges other countries only a 2.4 tariff on motorcycles. Meanwhile, Thailand and others are charging much higher prices, 60%. India charges 70%. Vietnam charges 75%, and others are even higher than that. Likewise, until today, the United States has for decades charged a 2.5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5% on foreign-made automobiles. The European Union charges us more than 10% tariffs, and they have 20% VATs, much, much higher. India charges 70%, and perhaps worst of all are the non-monetary restrictions imposed by South Korea, Japan, and very many other nations as a result of these colossal trade barriers. 81% of the cars in South Korea are made in South Korea. 94% of the cars in Japan are made in Japan. Toyota sells 1 million foreign-made automobiles into the United States, and General Motors sells almost none. Ford sells very little. None of our companies are allowed to go into other countries. And I say that friend and foe. And in many cases, the friend is worse than the foe in terms of trade. But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen, and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe. That's why, effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles. Thank you. Brian, I'd like to have you come up here for a second, okay? I just see him sitting. He's been a fan of ours, and he understands this business a lot better than the economists, a lot better than anybody. Brian, say a few words, please, would you?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. It's a great honor to have you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I grew up just north of Detroit, Michigan, in Macomb County, known as the home of the Reagan Democrats. My first vote for president was for Ronald Reagan. I thought that was going to be the best president I ever saw in my lifetime until Donald J. Trump came along. I have watched my entire life, I have watched plant after plant after plant in Detroit and in the Metro Detroit area close. There are now plants sitting idle. There are now plants that are underutilized, and Donald Trump's policies are going to bring product back into those underutilized plants. There's going to be new investment. There's going to be new plants built. And the UAW members, and I brought 20 of them with me, they're sitting right over here. We support Donald Trump's policies on tariffs 100%. So, Mr. President, we can't thank you enough. And in 6 months or a year, we're going to begin to see the benefits. I can't wait to see what's happening 3 or 4 years down the road. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What a great guy. He got it right from the beginning. He got it before almost anybody else. This group over there, they got it too. And, you know, we won the state of Michigan. We won almost all of them. But we won Michigan by a lot, and I want to just thank you all. The auto workers were fantastic. The Teamsters were fantastic. Everyone was pretty good, I will tell you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're going to be very happy very soon, and you probably see what's happening with all of the, not only car companies, but car companies in particular. See it with all of the ones they're moving, they're announcing day in, day out. You're seeing it. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. With today's actions, we're also standing up for our great farmers and ranchers who are brutalized by nations all over the world. Brutalized. Canada, by the way, imposes a 250 to 300% tariff on many of our dairy products. They do the first can of milk. They do the first little carton of milk at a very low price, but after that it gets bad, and then it gets up to 275, 300%. So when they're figuring what's Canada charging, they say, oh, about 2%, 3%. But take a look at what happens down the road. When you look a little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like it, and it's not fair. It's not fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country. And with countries like Canada, you know, we subsidize a lot of countries and keep them going and keep them in business. In the case of Mexico, it's $300 billion a year. In the case of Canada, it's close to $200 billion a year. And I say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? I mean, at what point do we say, you got to work for yourselves, and you got to, this is why we have the big deficits. This is why we have that amount of debt that's been placed on our heads over the last number of years. And We're really not taking it anymore. Through non-tariff barriers, the European Union bans imports of most American poultry. You understand? They say, we want to send you our cars, we want to send you everything, but we're not going to take anything that you have. Australia bans, and they're wonderful people and wonderful everything, but they ban American beef, yet we imported $3 billion of Australian beef from them just last year alone. They won't take any of our beef. They don't want it because they don't want it to affect their farmers. And you know what? I don't blame them, but we're doing the same thing right now, starting about midnight tonight, I would say. And China charges American rice farmers an overquota, it's called, a tariff rate of 65%. South Korea charges 50%. Actually, they charge different, from 50% to 513%. And Japan, our friend, charges us 700%. But that's because they don't want us selling rice and other things. Who can blame them, Madam Secretary? Agriculture, great job you did on eggs, by the way. The egg prices came down 50%. You got them down 50%. Once we got involved, they were going through the sky. The egg prices, they were going through the sky, and you did a fantastic job. Now we have lots of eggs, and they're much cheaper, down about 59% now, and they're going down further. We charge 2.8% for so many things that other countries are charging 200%, 300%, and 400% for. If imposing tariffs and protective barriers made nations poor, then every country on earth would be racing to eliminate these policies, and China would be the first on line. They run a very strong country, but they're not first in line, and the American people are paying a very big price. From 1789 to 1913, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem? Marco would love that problem. But we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very much longer, I will tell you. But they collected so much money, they actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start paying the money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, it's rather intricate, was built because of him. And every time you walk up, you think of him. And he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer. And we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We can be so much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable, but we're getting smart. Nearly a century later, in the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay. And then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first. And I'm sorry to say that. And today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first. In Sleepy Joe Biden's last year in office, the United States hemorrhaged 100,000 manufacturing jobs, and the number was going through the roof at levels never seen before. and our trade deficit reached a record $1.2 trillion, which is unheard of. Since the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. It was a horror show. I was able to terminate it. They all said you'd never be able to get it out. We had to get approval from Congress to get it terminated. We had to live with that deal. It was the worst trade deal ever made by far. But since the very beginning of NAFTA, our country lost 90,000 factories. Think of what that is, 90,000. Think about putting a map up and putting text on it. You wouldn't have enough room. 90,000. I said, is that possible? We had it checked 4 different times, and it was actually somewhat higher than that. And 5 million manufacturing jobs were lost while racking up trade deficits of $19 trillion. That was the worst trade deal ever made. As a result of these gigantic losses, foreign nations now own $26 trillion more of American assets than think of this, than the Americans own of their own foreign assets or other foreign assets. The United States can no longer produce enough antibiotics to treat our sick. We have a tremendous problem. We have to go to foreign countries to treat our sick. If anything ever happened from a war standpoint, we wouldn't be able to do it. We import virtually all of our computers, phones, televisions, and electronics. We used to dominate the field, and now we import it all from different countries. A single shipyard in China now produces more ships every year than all of the American shipyards combined. Think of that. And it was a business that we used to dominate. We used to dominate it totally. In short, chronic trade deficits are no longer merely an economic problem. They're a national emergency that threatens our security and our very way of life. It's a very great threat to our country. And for these reasons, starting tomorrow, the United States will implement reciprocal tariffs on other nations. It's been a long time since we even thought of that. We used to think about it a lot. We didn't think about it for many decades, and you see what's happened. For nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating. And because we are being very kind, we're kind people, very kind. You're not so kind when you got ripped off with your salaries. My auto worker friends and my Teamster friends and all of the unions that typically voted Democrat, they're not voting Democrat anymore because worker, whether union or non-worker, they're for the Republicans now. That's what happened. But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. So the tariffs will be not a full reciprocal. I could have done that, yes, but it would have been tough for a lot of countries. We didn't want to do that. I'd like to see the chart if you have it. Could you bring it up, Howard? This is our great Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thanks, Howard. So if you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to bring, it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset? They will be because we never charge anybody anything, but now we're going to charge. European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%. So we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough. Great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46% and much higher for certain items like cars, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The prime minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades. And it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China and charged them. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in tariffs. And they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand. And the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through a little tough love, maybe, but they all understand. They're ripping us off, and they understood it. Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. He was a fantastic man. He was unfortunately taken from us, assassination. But I went to him and I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. Trade is not fair. And he said, I know that. I know that. And he was a great gentleman. He was a fantastic man, but he understood immediately what I was talking about. I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. He said, I know that. And we worked out a deal, and it would have been a much better deal. But frankly, there were many years left in the deal that was made previous to my getting there. But it was something. If you look at Switzerland, 61% to 31%, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Oh, look at Cambodia, 97%. We're going to bring it down to 49. They made a fortune with the United States of America. United Kingdom, 10%, and we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing. South Africa, 60%, 30%, and they've got some bad things going on in South Africa. We're paying them billions of dollars, and we cut the funding because a lot of bad things are happening in South Africa. The fake news ought to be looking at it. They don't want to report it. Brazil, 10%, 10%. Bangladesh is 74%. So you see what's going on. Pakistan, 58%. Sri Lanka, 88%. So what we're doing is we're taking not the full, we could take the full 88%. Thanks a lot. He's doing a very good job. How's he doing? All right? I think you better take it with you. It's not going to last very long. He's going to put it, it's going to follow you down with the wind. I brought a hat just in case it got too windy, but here, would anybody like a hat? I'm not giving it to a cabinet. I'm giving it to the auto workers. Come here. Thank you, fellas. Get it. That's it. That's it. They deserve it more than our cabinet. Our cabinet has plenty of hats. But you see the numbers. The numbers are so disproportionate. They're so unfair. At the same time, we will establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%. You notice that on the chart. And that'll be on other countries to help rebuild our economy and to prevent cheating. So we're going to have a minimum of cheating, and we're going to be very severe on the people that at the gate that watch the tariffs and watch the product coming in, because there's been a lot of bad things happening at the gate because the money is so enormous that you're talking about. There's never been probably anything like it in terms of the enormity. And there are a lot of bad things happen at the people that do the check-in, and they're looking at 10-year jail sentences if they do play. We're going to treat them so good, but if they cheat, the repercussions are going to be extremely strong. Foreign nations will finally be asked to pay for the privilege of access to our market, the biggest market in the world. Now, the biggest market in the world. We had a great country 4 years ago in terms of the economics. We were doubling up on China. We were doing so well. Nobody was going to catch us, but so much of it slipped away over the last 4 years under Biden. I campaigned on this policy throughout last year, and today that promise was made, and it was also a promise, as you know, that was kept. Promises made, promises kept. To any company that objects to our common sense reciprocal tariffs, again, reciprocal, back and forth, back and forth. And I call this kind reciprocal. This is not full reciprocal. This is kind reciprocal. But what we do is we cut it in half. We charge them. My answer is very simple. If they complain, if you want your tariff rate to be zero, then you build your product right here in America, because there is no tariff if you build your plant, your product in America. And we've seen companies coming in like we've never seen before. Likewise to all of the foreign presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens, ambassadors, and everyone else who will soon be calling to ask for exemptions from these tariffs. I say, terminate your own tariffs, drop your barriers, don't manipulate your currencies. They manipulate their currencies like nobody can even believe, which is a bad, bad thing and very devastating to us. And start buying tens of billions of dollars of American goods. Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm. And many people were looking to do us economic harm. Maybe not so obviously, but they were doing tremendous economic harm. But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth like you haven't seen before. And it'll be something very special to watch. I am so looking forward. And Brian, it's going to happen even faster than you said. You know, you might say, but it's already started. It's already started. Work's already begun on plants all around the country. And you see that as before. These are big, rich companies. We have $61 billion started on a big plant going up. It's going to be announced over the next 2 days, and they already started work. Many of these the biggest companies in the world, they've committed to build. We're going to build, sir. And they came here to see me, and wanted to know if they could have a press conference. I do as many as I can. I'm pretty busy trying to stop Russia and Ukraine and the Middle East. We got to stop that. We got to stop the Houthis, which we're making tremendous. They like shooting ships down and out of the water, sinking ships. They get a kick out of it, but they're not getting such a kick out of it now, are they, Mr. Secretary? They're not getting such a kick out of that now. But here are just a short list of some of the companies that have already announced and committed to investment. And this is a company that built its factories and its plants in China. Apple is going to spend $500 billion. They never spent money like that here. They're going to build their plants here. SoftBank, OpenAI, and Oracle, great companies, are investing $500 billion almost immediately. NVIDIA, a hot company, is investing hundreds of billions of dollars. They just announced. TSMC, the biggest, most important company in the world of chips from Taiwan, with no investment from us, is investing $200 billion. And they said the reason was, number one, the election of November 5th, and number two, the tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs, and the way they're not paying it is to build their plant here. So we're going to go from almost no percentage. We used to have 100% of the chip market. Now it's all in Taiwan. Almost all of it's in Taiwan, a couple of other countries, but mostly in Taiwan. And think of it, we had 100%. We lost it because of people in that office that didn't do their job. They allowed it to be stolen from us. Johnson & Johnson, great company, $55 billion. Eli Lilly, $27 billion. Meta is investing $500 billion. Wow. The Mac is investing $20 billion. CMA, CGM, $20 billion. And then you have Merck and Clarios, Stellantis, General Motors, GE Aerospace, Honda, Nissan, Hyundai are all putting in billions and billions of dollars, and they're committed 100%. So, and we've never had, and this is after 2.5 months. This is after just a short, this all took place as soon as we came out with what everybody wanted to do. You know, I watched a gentleman today on television, used to work with Lee Iacocca, a very respected automobile person, and he said, you know, because they're asking people, and they try and get as many negative people as they can, but they can't find them too much. It's pretty hard to find in terms of what we're doing. especially when they see all this investment. They said, so tell me, what do you think of what Trump is doing from the automobile standpoint? He said, I can't believe it. Somebody is finally, he's an older guy, real pro, really top guy with Lee Iacocca. He said, I never thought I'd see the day when this would happen, where somebody had the courage to go and do what has to be done. This is transforming our nation. Our entire nation is going to be transformed, not only with the cars, but on every single other item that's built. We're going to become an industrial powerhouse. And he said that so beautifully today. In fact, I'm going to find out, I'm going to get a tape. And Bruce, I'm going to get that tape and I'm going to send it to you out in Long Island, and you're going to play it for the people and all your union workers and your non-union workers out there. You got a pretty even split. But we have, so far, it looks like we're going to have about $6 trillion of investments, and you wouldn't do that in years in this country over the last number of years. $6 trillion, and that's going to be much higher by the end of the year. And think of what $6 trillion is. You wouldn't have even a small percentage of that under this other system. We're going to be an entirely different country, and it's going to be fantastic for the workers. It's going to be fantastic for everyone. There will never have been a transformation of a country like the transformation that's already happening in the United States of America. It's an incredible thing to watch, and it's incredible to meet with the top people, people that you read about, very wealthy people, or people that are great managers and executives and presidents of big public companies, and to watch the enthusiasm they have now that they didn't have. They gave up on our country. They went to foreign countries and they built. Companies are pouring into our country at levels never seen before, with jobs and money to follow, and it's really beautiful. In the coming days, there will be complaints from the globalists and the outsourcers and special interests and the fake news. Always, fake news will always complain. But never forget, every prediction our opponents made about trade for the last 30 years has been proven totally wrong. They were wrong about NAFTA. They were wrong about China. They were wrong about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have been a disaster if I didn't terminate it. If I didn't terminate that, United Auto Workers, you would have had no jobs in this country. You would have had no jobs. It was all going to other countries. In my first term, they said tariffs would crash the economy. Instead, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. And again, I have great respect for President Xi of China, great respect for China, but they were taking tremendous advantage of us, and I commend them for that. I say, hey, if you can get away with it, that's okay. But they understand exactly what's happening, and they probably, most of them are saying it's about time they did something. But and they're going to fight. They're going to fight fair. Everyone's going to fight. It's like I say to the leaders, look, you got to take care of your country, but we have to start taking care of our country now. We can't do what we've been doing for the last 50 years. From the day of my election, the stock market went up in my first term 88%, with NASDAQ going up 155%, more than any president has ever had in any term in office, by far. And I think we're going to blow that away. And maybe the numbers won't show, but I think they're going to show much better than even those numbers. But what you're going to see is you're going to see activity, that empty, dead sites, factories that are falling down. Those factories will be knocked down, and they're going to have brand new factories built in their place. They're not only talking about renovating, they're talking about brand new, the best anywhere in the world, the biggest anywhere in the world. I have a friend who builds car plants, and I said, I want to see the biggest and the best. He said, well, we have to go to Mexico. I said, no, I want to see it in the United States. He said, we're not building them in there. This is a year and a half ago during the campaign. He said, we're not building it. You'd have to go to Mexico. When I was starting to decide to run, and I went to number one in the polls very rapidly, I want to say, like, let's say in the first hour. And then shortly thereafter, it looked like I was going to win, and the fake news was saying, oh, no, don't do this. What they don't know is if I didn't win, they would have really been in trouble, because nobody wants to read them anyway. But I tell you what, when it looked like I was going to win, I announced that I was going to be doing exactly what we're talking about today. Great consistency, actually, because I've been talking about it for 40 years. But because I saw what was happening 40 years ago. If you look at my old speeches when I was young, very handsome, my old speeches, and that people would say, I'd be on a television show, I'd be talking about how we were being ripped off by these countries. I mean, nothing changes very much. The only thing that changed were the countries, but nothing really changes. But it's why it's such an honor. It's such an honor to be finally able to do this. If you look at China, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my term, hundreds of billions. They never paid 10 cents to any other president, and yet they paid hundreds of billions, so much so that Biden couldn't do anything. They wanted to try and terminate it because he had a very special relationship with China. You know what the relationship was? He had a special relationship. But the numbers were so big, that they couldn't do it. So they did ease it up. They did things that they shouldn't have done. They made it a lot more comfortable for them, but they couldn't do it because the numbers were hundreds of billions of dollars, and I did that. And we were on our way to doing something like incredible. And then we had a very bad election happen, a lot of bad things happened. So when I said we got to do it again, I said we have to make it too big to rig, and we made it too big to rig, and we won in records, and it was a monumental win. And it was such an honor to see so many of you, like Brian and your friends, here with us to celebrate, and to more importantly celebrate what we're doing, because that wouldn't be a full celebration if we didn't do this, because this will be an entirely different country in a short period of time. It'll be something the whole world will be talking about it. The critics made the very tired predictions earlier this year, but in February, core inflation dropped to the lowest rate in 4 years. And the price of eggs, as you know, just in a month and a half, we were there for 4 weeks. And the first week I got blamed for eggs. I said, I just got here. They said eggs have gone up at like 250% and you can't get eggs. And they were going crazy. And I said, I just got here. And then we got to work on eggs, and we got to work on everything. And our great Secretary of Agriculture, you did a fantastic job, Brooke Rollins. She did a fantastic job. And as I said before, the price of eggs dropped now 59%, and they're going down more, and the availability is fantastic. They were saying that for Easter, please don't use eggs. Could you use plastic eggs? I said, we don't want to do that. We want to, and you really came through. It's an amazing job. Thank you very much, Brooke. You did great. But likewise, an old-fashioned term that we use, groceries. I used it in the campaign. It's such an old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term, groceries. It sort of says a bag with different things in it. Groceries went through the roof, and I campaigned on that. I talked about the word groceries for a lot, and energy costs now are down. Groceries are down. Gasoline is way under $3, and people are beginning to be able to buy things and live again. We brought prices way down. We created 10,000 already in a few weeks, new manufacturing jobs. And it was that took place in 1 month, numbers that they haven't seen in a long time. We had virtually no inflation under my term. We had virtually no inflation for 4 years. But after transitioning over to Sleepy Joe, it went from almost non-existent to the highest in the history of our country. They're the highest inflation in the history of our country, brought up by energy and bad spending and bad policy, and a lot of bad things happened. How about allowing millions and millions and millions of people to pour into our country with open borders, where it's so sad to see even now. And I see our great secretary you have done. Stand up, please, Christy. Stand up. Christy Noem. And Tom Holman. These people are doing a great job, but gotten them out in records. We have problems with judges that don't want them to go out. They want Tren de Aragua, and they want MS-13, the most vicious gangs ever. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Absolute killer gangs. They kill people. They don't even think about it. And we put them out, and we have judges now, radical left judges that they don't want them to go out. They want them to even be brought back. Let's bring them back. You've done a fantastic job, and please thank everybody. Homeland Security, thank everybody. Appreciate it. And we now have a border that's the best border that we've ever had, even better than it was my first term. My first term we did good, but this one we really specialized in. We've done really well. And we had records then. We had the best, safest border 4 years ago. We had the best border there ever was. And now we have, you've actually matched it and done even better. And we're going to get it down the right way. And we want people, by the way, to come into our country, but we want to come in through a legal process. We want them to come in legally. We need more people. We need people to run these plants and to help the auto workers and the Teamsters and the non-union people and everybody else. But we need people and the farmers. And we're going to let people come in, but they want to come in. We want them to come in legally. They have to have the capability of loving our country, not people that hate our country. We don't want them in our country. And now we're going to pass the largest tax cuts in American history. And that's where we're relying on Mike and John Thune. And we will not cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid benefits. And the Democrats will, because if they got in, the entire economy would collapse. This country was heading for a collapse under the people that you saw. They were horrible. I think one of the reasons people like the job, I have my highest approval ratings because I think they're comparing me to the worst administration in the history of our country. So I appreciate that at least. But Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and Senate Majority Leader, appreciate it, Mike. John Thune have been fantastic, by the way. But they've been working tirelessly on taking the next step to pass the plan for our one big, beautiful bill. I'd like to name it that if you can. One big, beautiful. I made that statement about 6 months ago, and everybody calls it one big, beautiful bill. And it will be that. It'll have everything, the big tax cuts and every incentive there is. And it'll be fantastic. And by the way, for the cars, we're asking for an interest deduction on a loan. So if you build the car only in America, we do it, Brian. If the car's not built in America, you don't get the interest rate deduction. But if you build the car in America, if you buy a car, if it's built in America, then you get an interest rate deduction, tax deduction. And that's a big thing. That's going to be a big thing. I think that's going to pay for itself very quickly, that deduction. Never happened. We've never had anything like that before. Somebody said, where do you get the idea? Because it's so basic. You would think that would have happened a long time ago. It never did, and I'm very happy it didn't because now I can say that was my idea. But we're going to get us closer to the debt extension. We have to get the debt extension passed, and I know you're going to be able to do that, Mike, and it's very important that you do that. And all of the other things that the Senate budget plan gives us, along with working, because I know they're working together, John and Mike, and the two bills are going very well together. We need to get our shared priorities done, including certain permanent tax cuts. We want the tax cuts to be permanent, spending cuts, energy and historic investments in defense, border, and so much more. We're covering everything. These will be phenomenal. There'll be no bill like this going to straighten. One bill is going to straighten out our country for many, many years to come. And we said, let's just do it and let's get it done. And some guys will love it and some guys will like it a little bit less because they're not getting what they were exactly looking for, but they're getting a lot. They'll never, if we get this done, it'll be the most incredible bill ever passed in the history of our Congress and Senate and congressmen, the senators and the congressmen, many of whom are here today, will be very proud of themselves. I really believe that it's going to set us on a whole new prosperous path. We're going to cut spending and right-size the budget back to where it should be. We're going to do that very strongly. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, John. Thank you. Oh, look at all of our senators over there. Oh, boy. That's a nice group of people. But I won't like them so much if they don't get this bill done. That's a great group. And Congressman, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Tremendous people. The Senate plan is my complete and total support, and the House plan likewise is very similar. They're moving along pretty much at the same clip, and as soon as you're ready, you'll show it to me, and I'm sure it'll have my support, Mike. Every Republican congressman and senator must unify. We have to unify. We can't be separated. We have to get it done. We have to get absolutely everything we can, and we have to take care of the American people. That's the only thing that matters. We have to take care of the American people first. We need to pass this bill immediately, get it done, including debt extension. From this day on, we're not going to let anyone tell us that American workers and families cannot have the future that they deserve. We're going to produce the cars and ships, chips, airplanes, minerals, and metals that we need right here in America. The pharmaceutical companies are going to become roaring back. They're coming roaring back. They're all coming to be very happy, and you're going to be very happy, and you're going to be very safe. We're going to build our future with American th day as president, and have been given credit by a lot of people, actually, even some of the fake news. Can you believe it? Which in this case, hopefully, isn't fake, for having done more in that time than any other administration in the history of our country in the first 100 days. I think we've had an amazing in terms of what we've done, what we've gotten accomplished. I'd like to see if we can get that war ended and another war from not starting in the Middle East. We have to get Russia. They're losing 2,000 on average, 2,500 people a day, young people, soldiers, Russian. Think of that, 2,500 through some days, but on average, probably over about a 1 week period, it's 2,712. They say they're losing those soldiers. They're dying. They're being decimated, and they're not from our country, but they're from other countries. But they're human beings. They're from Russia. They're from Ukraine in this period, most of them. And we're going to get it stopped. It's a senseless war that would have never happened if I was president, and it shouldn't be allowed to go on. And I think we're being given good cooperation by Russia and by Ukraine, but we have to get it stopped. It's humanity. It's humanity. It's a terrible thing. This will be a very big moment. I think you're going to remember today. It's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be what it is. And then God bless you and God bless America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
In particular, Ben and Mark, and I just got to say hello to Ben and Catherine backstage, but I know apparently Mark has the flu right now. So Mark, wherever you are, I think I had the same flu like a few weeks ago. It sucks, but I'm sure you'll get through it. And it's great to be with you all, and it's great to talk about the importance of American dynamism and what our administration is going to do to support so many of the country's most groundbreaking and compelling companies. I know that you guys are working hard every single day, and I think it's pretty good news, right? That as of a couple of months ago, you have an administration that's working with you and facilitating your hard work instead of making it harder to innovate, which is, I think, what the last administration did. Though, in defense of Joe Biden, he was asleep most of the time. I don't think he totally realized what he was doing, but certainly didn't make it easier. His administration did not for our innovators. Now, as some of you may have seen, and I talked about this with Ben backstage, I spoke at a conference in Paris last month where my message to a group of CEOs and foreign leaders was that we should embrace the future head on. We shouldn't be afraid of artificial intelligence, and that particularly for those of us lucky enough to be Americans, we shouldn't be fearful of productive new technologies. In fact, we should seek to dominate them. That's certainly what this administration wants to accomplish. I suspect that most of you in this room are of like mind, and if you're not, I don't know why the hell you're at the American Dynamism Conference, but I received some pushback from people who are worried about the disruptive effects of AI. One journalist suggested the speech highlighted the tension between the, quote, techno-optimists and the populist right of President Trump's coalition. And today, I'd like to speak to these tensions as a proud member of both tribes. And let me put it simply. While this is a well-intentioned concern, I think it's based on a faulty premise. This idea that tech-forward people and the populists are somehow inevitably going to come to a loggerheads is wrong. I think the reality is that in any dynamic society, technology is going to advance, of course. And speaking as a Catholic, I think back to Pope John Paul II's opening lines of the encyclical Labora Mixarens, quote, "Through work, man must earn his daily bread and contribute to the continual advance of science and technology, and above all, to elevating unceasingly the cultural and moral level of the society within which he lives," end quote. Now, I quote the Holy Father not only because I'm a fan of his, but also because he rightly understood that in a healthy economy, technology should be something that enhances rather than supplants the value of labor. And I think there's too much fear that AI will simply replace jobs rather than augmenting so many of the things that we do. Now, in the 1970s, if you go back a little ways, many feared that the automated teller machine, what we call the ATM, would replace bank tellers. In reality, the advent of the ATM made bank tellers more productive, and you have more people today working in customer service in the financial sector than you had when the ATM was created. Now they're doing slightly different jobs, of course. Yes, they're doing more interesting tasks also, and importantly, they're making more money than they were in the 1970s. Now, when we innovate, we do sometimes cause labor market disruptions. That happens. But the history of American innovation is that we tend to make people more productive, and then we increase their wages in the process. And I think all of us believe that's a good thing. Now, after all, who would claim that man was made less productive by the invention of the transistor or the metal lathe or the steam engine? Real innovation makes us more productive, but it also, I think, dignifies our workers. It boosts our standard of living. It strengthens our workforce and the relative value of its labor. And as Americans, all of us should be particularly proud of our extraordinary heritage. I think it is American heritage of inventing things and of our nation's status to this day as the world's foremost driver of research and development. But all of this, the role that technology plays in the labor market, and whether we greet innovative breakthroughs with excitement or with trepidation, depends on the purpose of our economic system in the first place. And I think this is where the populists have an important point. It should be no surprise that when we send so much of our industrial base to other countries, we stop making interesting new things right here at home. Look, for example, at shipbuilding. Now, if you go back to World War II, America constructed thousands of so-called Liberty ships to carry troops, cargo, and other things, building them at a pace of 3 ships every 2 days. 3 ships every 2 days. Now, we build about 5 commercial ships across an entire year in the United States of America. And as a result, the United States today accounts for 0.1%, 0.1% of global shipbuilding. China, on the other hand, now makes more commercial ships than the rest of the world combined. In fact, one of Beijing's state-owned firms built more commercial ships just last year than all of America has produced since the end of World War II. So, while we remain the leader in technology and innovation, I think there are troubling signs on the horizon. And I raise all this to ask, does this sound like a regime, I'm speaking of China, that will pass up on the opportunity to use AI or any other technology to advance their own interests and further undermine the interests of their rivals? I think the answer is obvious, and that's why America, we've got to be tech forward. Yes, there are concerns. Yes, there are risks, but we have to be leaning into the AI future with optimism and hope, because I think real technological innovation is going to make our country stronger. So deindustrialization poses risks both to our national security and our workforce. It's important because it affects both. And the net result is dispossession for many in this country of any part of the productive process. And when our factories disappear and the jobs in those factories go overseas, American workers are faced not only with financial insecurity, they're also faced with a profound loss of personal and communal identity. And so to come full circle on this tension, alleged tension between the populists and the techno-optimists, I can understand a reaction of skepticism when we talk about the revolutionary potential of new invention and artificial intelligence and all the other incredible technologies that you guys are working. But I think that that tension is a little overstated. And so I'm going to come back to what's sort of dividing some of the tech optimists and the populists on our side. I think the populists, when they look at the future and when they compare it to what's happened in the past, I think a lot of them see alienation of workers from their jobs, from their communities, from their sense of solidarity. You see the alienation of people from their sense of purpose. And importantly, they see a leadership class that believes welfare can replace a job and an application on a phone can replace a sense of purpose. Now, I remember a Silicon Valley dinner in particular back when I was in my tech days, where my wife and I were sitting around talking to some of the leaders of the important technology firms of the United States, and this is probably in 2016 or 2017. And I was talking about my real worry that we were heading in a direction where America could no longer support middle-class families working on middle-class wages. And importantly, that even if you had enough economic dynamism to provide the wealth to ensure those people could, afford to buy a house and afford their food and so forth, that even if you replace the financial element of their jobs, you would destroy something that was dignified and purposeful about work itself. And I remember one of the tech CEOs who was there, that CEO, you would know his name if I mentioned it. He was the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company. He said, well, I'm actually not worried about the loss of purpose when people lose their jobs. And I said, okay, well, what do you think is going to replace that sense of purpose? And he said, digital, fully immersive gaming. And then my wife texted me underneath the table and said, we have to get the hell out of here. These people are effing crazy. Now, I don't think that, of course, that CEO's views are representative of most people in this room, but when I think about a lot of the workers, based on what they've seen in the past, are very worried about the future because, frankly, their leadership has failed to serve them. And then I think about this from the perspective of a lot of the tech optimists. I think a lot of the tech optimists, they see overregulation, they see stifling innovation. I mean, you guys are builders. They are builders. And while they may sympathize with those who lost a job, they're much more frustrated that the government won't allow them to build the jobs of the future. And they know that as hard as it is to build a business in digital media, it's still harder to build one in robotics or life sciences or energy in what we call the world of atoms. They see a government that makes their lives harder, and they must trust anyone who looks to that government for aid. And what I propose is that each group, our workers, the populists on the one hand, the tech optimists on the other, have been failed by this government. Not just the government of the last administration, but the government in some ways of the last 40 years. Because there were two conceits that our leadership class had when it came to globalization. The first is assuming that we can separate the making of things from the design of things. The idea of globalization was that rich countries would move further up the value chain while the poor countries made the simpler things. You would open an iPhone box and it would say designed in Cupertino, California. Now, the implication, of course, is that it would be manufactured in Shenzhen or somewhere else. And yeah, some people might lose their jobs in manufacturing, but they could learn to design, or to use a very popular phrase, learn to code. But I think we got it wrong. It turns out that the geographies that do the manufacturing get awfully good at the designing of things. There are network effects, as you all well understand. The firms that design products work with firms that manufacture. They share intellectual property, they share best practices, and they even sometimes share critical employees. Now, we assume that other nations would always trail us in the value chain, but it turns out that as they got better at the low end of the value chain, they also started catching up on the higher end. We were squeezed from both ends. Now, that was the first conceit of globalization. I think the second is that cheap labor is fundamentally a crutch, and it's a crutch that inhibits innovation. I might even say that it's a drug that too many American firms got addicted to. Now, if you can make a product more cheaply, it's far too easy to do that rather than to innovate. And whether we were offshoring factories to cheap labor economies or importing cheap labor through our immigration system, cheap labor became the drug of Western economies. And I'd say that if you look in nearly every country from Canada to the UK that imported large amounts of cheap labor, you've seen productivity stagnate. I don't think that's not a total happenstance. I think that the connection is very direct. Now, one of the debates you hear on the minimum wage, for instance, is that increases in the minimum wage force firms to automate. So a higher wage at McDonald's means more kiosks. And whatever your views on the wisdom of the minimum wage, I'm not going to comment on that here. Companies innovating in the absence of cheap labor is a good thing. I think most of you are not worried about getting cheaper and cheaper labor. You're worried about innovating, about building new things, about the old formulation of technology is doing more with less. You guys are all trying to do more with less every single day. And so I'd ask my friends, both on the tech optimist side and on the populist side, not to see the failure of the logic of globalization as a failure of innovation. Indeed, I'd say that globalization's hunger for cheap labor is a problem precisely because it's been bad for innovation. Both our working people, our populists, and our innovators gathered here today have the same enemy. And the solution, I believe, is American innovation. Because in the long run, it's technology that increases the value of labor. Innovations like the American system and the interchangeable parts revolution it sparked, or Ford's moving assembly line that skyrocketed the productivity of our workers. That's how American industry became the envy of the world. And that's what I really want to talk about today, why innovation is key to winning the worldwide manufacturing competition, to giving our workers a fair deal, and to reclaiming our heritage via America's great industrial comeback. And I believe that's what we're on the cusp of, a great American industrial comeback. Because innovation is what increases wages. It's what protects our homelands. And I know we have a lot of defense technology companies here. It's what saves troops' lives on the battlefield. And I know everyone here today largely agrees. It's why we have some of the greatest inventors and thinkers in energy, precision machining, countless critical high-value industries just in this room. And I think the other thing that unites all of you is that you're builders. And I use that word deliberately. I was very moved by Mark's manifesto from a few years ago about America. We are a nation of builders. We make things, we create things. Each of you came to the summit not because you developed some flash-in-the-pan application, but because you're building something very real. You're raising new factories, you're turning profits back into R&D, and you're creating new good-paying jobs for your fellow Americans. And this is why I'm such huge fans of yours, of Ben's and Mark's, and of the entire endeavor. That we recognize now in our administration is the time to align our work interests with those of all of you. It's time to align the interests of our technology firms with the interests of the United States of America writ large. Now, all of you, in your own ways, have answered that call. After all, there's nothing forcing anyone to be in the room today. Each one of you could have set up headquarters in Southeast Asia or China, I'm sure, and you would have done quite well for yourselves financially. But you're here, I hope, because you love your country. You love its people, the opportunities that it's given you, and you recognize that building things, our capacity to create new innovation in the economy, cannot be a race to the bottom. Now, America's not going to win the future by ditching child labor laws or paying our workers less than Chinese or Vietnamese laborers. We don't want that, and it's not on the table. We can only win by doing what we always did, protecting our workers and supporting our innovators, and doing both of those things at the same time. And so I want to talk a little specifics here. The Trump administration's great plan for staging the great American manufacturing comeback is simple. You're making interesting new things here in America? Great. Then we're going to cut your taxes. We're going to slash regulations. We're going to reduce the cost of energy so that you can build, build, build. Our goal is to incentivize investment in our own borders, in our own businesses, our own workers, and our own innovation. We don't want people seeking cheap labor. We want them investing and building right here in the United States of America. And so if you'll allow it, I'd like to talk about a few ways that the Trump administration is already pursuing a pro-innovation economy that allows our workers to thrive and our companies to outcompete their foreign peers. In short, an economy that is vibrantly America first, that serves Americans from all walks of life and of every kind. Now, first, President Trump is starting with, and is dead serious, about rearranging our trade and tariff regime internationally. We believe that tariffs are a necessary tool to protect our jobs and our industries from other countries, as well as the labor value of our workers in a globalized market. In fact, combined with the right technology, they allow us to bring jobs back to the United States of America and create the jobs of the future. Just look in the past few months at the auto industry as an important example. When you erect a tariff wall around a critical industry like auto manufacturing, and you combine that with advanced robotics and lower energy costs and other tools that increase the productivity of U.S. labor, you give American workers a multiplying effect. Now that, in turn, allows firms to make things here at a price-competitive basis. Our president gets that, which is why last month we posted 9,000 new auto jobs after many, many years of stagnation or even decline in the auto sector. It's why, just weeks in, we already have new plant or production announcements from Honda, from Hyundai, and Stellantis worth billions of dollars and thousands of additional jobs on top of the ones that were already created. Now, this takes work. It took, in the president's first term, the president ripping up NAFTA and creating a new U.S. deal for American manufacturers in North America. But there's important work, and we're going to do it. Now, second, all of this is why the president is approaching the issue of illegal immigration as aggressively as he has, because he knows that cheap labor cannot be used as a substitute for the productivity gains that come with economic innovation. And so we've cracked down on illegal immigration at the border, where the results speak for themselves. Last month, migrant crossings were down 94% to their lowest number all time, and that happened just in 2 months of serious border enforcement. Thanks to President Trump's leadership, last month, for the first time in over a year, the majority of job gains went to American citizens born on U.S. soil, and that's important. For the first time in over a year, the majority of job creation actually went to American citizens. The third, this administration is focused on reducing our input costs for our manufacturers and for everybody else. Achieving energy abundance, and I know Doug Burgum was here earlier, will be here later, is top of mind, because when we look at some of the most exciting applications of new technologies, we realize it's going to take a lot of power to keep them running. And we're thrilled to have our friends from the United Arab Emirates, a number of the business leaders and government leaders in town this week for meetings with our government. And one of the things they consistently hammer upon is something that unfortunately too few of our European allies tend to get, is that if you want to lead in artificial intelligence, you have got to be leading in energy production. So we are going to set the pace there, and we are going to lead from the front. Now, we are already seeing, the good news is, signs of progress, even just a couple of months in. Gas and diesel prices are dropping. The cost of a barrel of U.S. crude is way down. And last Wednesday, the administration took major steps to make energy even cheaper and liberate our companies from stifling environmental regulations. Now, that is great, but of course, there's a lot more work we have to do over the next 4 years. Getting the tax bill right is especially critical for all of you and for all of your workers. We know how important it is to restore 100% bonus depreciation for capital investments, as well as full expensing for R&D. Again, we want people to invest in America, and we're going to make sure the tax code reflects that. In order to build on the success of the original tax law, meaning the tax law from the president's first administration, our administration is working to broaden some provisions that are critical to the industrial base, like expanding full expensing to cover factory construction. For business owners, including manufacturers, making the 2017 tax cuts permanent will provide further confidence and predictability to invest in new technology and equipment, hire more American workers, and grow all of your businesses. But we have a lot more to do. But the country is already starting to see the payoff of this administration's bold economic agenda. For producers and consumers alike, inflation is finally starting to come down. Core CPI last week dropped to its lowest number since April of 2021. And when it comes to the labor market, last month's jobs report showed a massive reversal. 10,000 new manufacturing jobs created, where the previous year we had lost over 100,000 manufacturing jobs. As you may have heard the president say, in less than 2 months since he took office, he's already secured more than $1.7 trillion in new investments across the United States. That's hundreds of thousands of new jobs in manufacturing, AI, other hard tech sectors, and more. So we think there's a lot to be excited about. There's a lot that we're excited about, and we certainly hope that you guys are excited too. But the fundamental premise The fundamental goal of President Trump's economic policy is, I think, to undo 40 years of failed economic policy in this country. For far too long, we got addicted to cheap labor, both overseas and by importing it into our own country, and we got lazy. We overregulated our industries instead of supporting them. We overtaxed our innovators instead of making it easier for them to build their great companies. And we made it way too hard to build things and invest things in the United States of America. That stopped 2 months ago, and it will continue to stop, and will continue to fight for American workers and the American businesses that hire them and that support them. So I want to thank you all for two things. Number one, I want to thank you all for doing what you do. Again, you could have chosen the easy path. Every single person in this room, as the president would say, you're all very high IQ. You're some of the most talented people in the United States of America. You chose to build a business right here in the United States of America, and for that I'm grateful. But the second thing I want to say is that I think you're not just building your own business, I think that you are part of a great American industrial renaissance. Whether it's the war of the future, the jobs of the future, the economic prosperity of the future, we believe that we must build it right here in the United States of America. So thank you all for building. Thank you all for building in America, and thank you all for building the kind of society that I want to raise my children in. God bless you all. Thanks for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Good morning, everybody. How we doing? It's great to be here. Thanks to everybody for having me today, in particular Ben and Mark. And I just got to say hello to Ben and Catherine backstage. But I know apparently Mark has the flu right now. So Mark, wherever you are, I think I had the same flu like a few weeks ago. It sucks, but I'm sure you'll get through it. And it's great to be with you all. And it's great to talk about the importance of American dynamism and what our administration is going to do to support so many of the country's most groundbreaking and compelling companies. I know that you guys are working hard every single day, and I think it's pretty good news, right? That as of a couple of months ago, you have an administration that's working with you and facilitating your hard work instead of making it harder to innovate, which is, I think, what the last administration did. Though, in defense of Joe Biden, he was asleep most of the time. I don't think he totally realized what he was doing, but certainly didn't make it easier. His administration did not for our innovators. Now, as some of you may have seen, and I talked about this with Ben backstage, I spoke at a conference in Paris last month where my message to a group of CEOs and foreign leaders was that we should embrace the future head on. We shouldn't be afraid of artificial intelligence, and that particularly for those of us lucky enough to be Americans, we shouldn't be fearful of productive new technologies. In fact, we should seek to dominate them. And that's certainly what this administration wants to accomplish. I suspect that most of you in this room are of like mind, and if you're not, I don't know why the hell you're at the American Dynamism Conference, but I received some pushback from people who are worried about the disruptive effects of AI. One journalist suggested the speech highlighted the tension between the, quote, techno-optimists and the populist right of President Trump's coalition. And today, I'd like to speak to these tensions as a proud member of both tribes. And let me put it simply. While this is a well-intentioned concern, I think it's based on a faulty premise. This idea that tech-forward people and the populists are somehow inevitably going to come to a loggerheads is wrong. I think the reality is that in any dynamic society, technology is going to advance, of course. And speaking as a Catholic, I think back to Pope John Paul II's opening lines of the encyclical Labor Amixarens, quote, "Through work, man must earn his daily bread and contribute to the continual advance of science and technology, and above all, to elevating unceasingly the cultural and moral level of the society within which he lives," end quote. Now, I quote the Holy Father not only because I'm a fan of his, but also because he rightly understood that in a healthy economy, technology should be something that enhances rather than supplants the value of labor. And I think there's too much fear that AI will simply replace jobs rather than augmenting so many of the things that we do. Now, in the 1970s, if you go back a little ways, many feared that the automated teller machine, what we call the ATM, would replace bank tellers. In reality, the advent of the ATM made bank tellers more productive, and you have more people today working in customer service in the financial sector than you had when the ATM was created. Now they're doing slightly different jobs, of course. Yes, they're doing more interesting tasks also, and importantly, they're making more money than they were in the 1970s. Now, when we innovate, we do sometimes cause labor market disruptions. That happens. But the history of American innovation is that we tend to make people more productive, and then we increase their wages in the process. And I think all of us believe that's a good thing. Now, after all, who would claim that man was made less productive by the invention of the transistor or the metal lathe or the steam engine? Real innovation makes us more productive, but it also, I think, dignifies our workers. It boosts our standard of living. It strengthens our workforce and the relative value of its labor. And as Americans, all of us should be particularly proud of our extraordinary heritage. I think it is American heritage of inventing things and of our nation's status to this day as the world's foremost driver of research and development. But all of this, the role that technology plays in the labor market, and whether we greet innovative breakthroughs with excitement or with trepidation, depends on the purpose of our economic system in the first place. And I think this is where the populists have an important point. It should be no surprise that when we send so much of our industrial base to other countries, we stop making interesting new things right here at home. Look, for example, at shipbuilding. Now, if you go back to World War II, America constructed thousands of so-called Liberty ships to carry troops, cargo, and other things, building them at a pace of 3 ships every 2 days. 3 ships every 2 days. Now, we build about 5 commercial ships across an entire year in the United States of America. And as a result, the United States today accounts for 0.1%, 0.1% of global shipbuilding. China, on the other hand, now makes more commercial ships than the rest of the world combined. In fact, one of Beijing's state-owned firms built more commercial ships just last year than all of America has produced since the end of World War II. So, while we remain the leader in technology and innovation, I think there are troubling signs on the horizon. And I raise all this to ask, does this sound like a regime, I'm speaking of China, that will pass up on the opportunity to use AI or any other technology to advance their own interests and further undermine the interests of their rivals? I think the answer is obvious, and that's why America, we've got to be tech forward. Yes, there are concerns, yes, there are risks, but we have to be leaning into the AI future with optimism and hope, because I think real technological innovation is going to make our country stronger. So deindustrialization poses risks both to our national security and our workforce. It's important because it affects both. And the net result is dispossession for many in this country of any part of the productive process. And when our factories disappear and the jobs in those factories go overseas, American workers are faced not only with financial insecurity, they're also faced with a profound loss of personal and communal identity. And so to come full circle on this tension, alleged tension between the populists and the techno-optimists, I can understand a reaction of skepticism when we talk about the revolutionary potential of new invention and artificial intelligence and all the other incredible technologies that you guys are working. But I think that that tension is a little overstated. And so I'm going to come back to what's sort of dividing some of the tech optimists and the populists on our side. I think the populists, when they look at the future, and when they compare it to what's happened in the past, I think a lot of them see alienation of workers from their jobs, from their communities, from their sense of solidarity. You see the alienation of people from their sense of purpose. And importantly, they see a leadership class that believes welfare can replace a job and an application on a phone can replace a sense of purpose. Now, I remember a Silicon Valley dinner in particular, back when I was in my tech days, where my wife and I were sitting around talking to some of the leaders of the important technology firms of the United States, and this is probably in 2016 or 2017. And I was talking about my real worry that we were heading in a direction where America could no longer support middle-class families working on middle-class wages. And importantly, that even if you had enough economic dynamism to provide the wealth to ensure those people could, afford to buy a house and afford their food and so forth, that even if you replace the financial element of their jobs, you would destroy something that was dignified and purposeful about work itself. And I remember one of the tech CEOs who was there, that CEO, you would know his name if I mentioned it. He was the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company. He said, well, I'm actually not worried about the loss of purpose when people lose their jobs. And I said, okay, well, what do you think is going to replace that sense of purpose? And he said, digital, fully immersive gaming. And then my wife texted me underneath the table and said, we have to get the hell out of here. These people are effing crazy. Now, I don't think that, of course, that CEO's views are representative of most people in this room, but when I think about a lot of the workers, based on what they've seen in the past, are very worried about the future because, frankly, their leadership has failed to serve them. And then I think about this from the perspective of a lot of the tech optimists. I think a lot of the tech optimists, they see overregulation, they see stifling innovation. I mean, you guys are builders. They are builders. And while they may sympathize with those who lost a job, they're much more frustrated that the government won't allow them to build the jobs of the future. And they know that as hard as it is to build a business in digital media, it's still harder to build one in robotics or life sciences or energy in what we call the world of atoms. They see a government that makes their lives harder, and they mistrust anyone who looks to that government for aid. And what I propose is that each group, our workers, the populists on the one hand, the tech optimists on the other, have been failed by this government. Not just the government of the last administration, but the government in some ways of the last 40 years. Because there were two conceits that our leadership class had when it came to globalization. The first is assuming that we can separate the making of things from the design of things. The idea of globalization was that rich countries would move further up the value chain while the poor countries made the simpler things. You would open an iPhone box and it would say designed in Cupertino, California. Now, the implication, of course, is that it would be manufactured in Shenzhen or somewhere else. And yeah, some people might lose their jobs in manufacturing, but they could learn to design, or to use a very popular phrase, learn to code. But I think we got it wrong. It turns out that the geographies that do the manufacturing get awfully good at the designing of things. There are network effects, as you all well understand. The firms that design products work with firms that manufacture. They share intellectual property, they share best practices, and they even sometimes share critical employees. Now, we assume that other nations would always trail us in the value chain, but it turns out that as they got better at the low end of the value chain, they also started catching up on the higher end. We were squeezed from both ends. Now, that was the first conceit of globalization. I think the second is that cheap labor is fundamentally a crutch, and it's a crutch that inhibits innovation. I might even say that it's a drug that too many American firms got addicted to. Now, if you can make a product more cheaply, it's far too easy to do that rather than to innovate. And whether we were offshoring factories to cheap labor economies or importing cheap labor through our immigration system, cheap labor became the drug of Western economies. And I'd say that if you look in nearly every country from Canada to the UK that imported large amounts of cheap labor, you've seen productivity stagnate. I don't think that's not a total happenstance. I think that the connection is very direct. Now, one of the debates you hear on the minimum wage, for instance, is that increases in the minimum wage force firms to automate. So a higher wage at McDonald's means more kiosks. And whatever your views on the wisdom of the minimum wage, I'm not going to comment on that here. Companies innovating in the absence of cheap labor is a good thing. I think most of you are not worried about getting cheaper and cheaper labor. You're worried about innovating, about building new things, about the old formulation of technology is doing more with less. You guys are all trying to do more with less every single day. And so I'd ask my friends, both on the tech optimist side and on the populist side, not to see the failure of the logic of globalization as a failure of innovation. Indeed, I'd say that globalization's hunger for cheap labor is a problem precisely because it's been bad for innovation. Both our working people, our populists, and our innovators gathered here today have the same enemy. And the solution, I believe, is American innovation. Because in the long run, it's technology that increases the value of labor. Innovations like the American system and the interchangeable parts revolution it sparked, or Ford's moving assembly line that skyrocketed the productivity of our workers. That's how American industry became the envy of the world. And that's what I really want to talk about today, why innovation is key to winning the worldwide manufacturing competition, to giving our workers a fair deal, and to reclaiming our heritage via America's great industrial comeback. And I believe that's what we're on the cusp of, a great American industrial comeback. Because innovation is what increases wages. It's what protects our homelands. And I know we have a lot of defense technology companies here. It's what saves troops' lives on the battlefield. And I know everyone here today largely agrees. It's why we have some of the greatest inventors and thinkers in energy, precision machining, countless critical high-value industries just in this room. And I think the other thing that unites all of you is that you're builders. And I use that word deliberately. I was very moved by Mark's manifesto from a few years ago about America. We are a nation of builders. We make things, we create things. Each of you came to this summit not because you developed some flash-in-the-pan application, but because you're building something very real. You're raising new factories, you're turning profits back into R&D, and you're creating new good-paying jobs for your fellow Americans. And this is why I'm such huge fans of yours, of Ben's and Mark's, and of the entire endeavor. And that we recognize now in our administration is the time to align our work interests with those of all of you. It's time to align the interests of our technology firms with the interests of the United States of America writ large. Now, all of you, in your own ways, have answered that call. After all, there's nothing forcing anyone to be in the room today. Each one of you could have set up headquarters in Southeast Asia or China, I'm sure, and you would have done quite well for yourselves financially. But you're here, I hope, because you love your country. You love its people, and the opportunities that it's given you, and you recognize that building things, our capacity to create new innovation in the economy, cannot be a race to the bottom. Now, America's not going to win the future by ditching child labor laws or paying our workers less than Chinese or Vietnamese laborers. We don't want that, and it's not on the table. We can only win by doing what we always did, protecting our workers and supporting our innovators, and doing both of those things at the same time. And so, I want to talk a little specifics here. The Trump administration's great plan for staging the great American manufacturing comeback is simple. You're making interesting new things here in America? Great. Then we're going to cut your taxes, we're going to slash regulations, we're going to reduce the cost of energy so that you can build, build, build. Our goal is to incentivize investment in our own borders, in our own businesses, our own workers, and our own innovation. We don't want people seeking cheap labor. We want them investing and building right here in the United States of America. And so if you'll allow it, I'd like to talk about a few ways that the Trump administration is already pursuing a pro-innovation economy that allows our workers to thrive and our companies to outcompete their foreign peers. In short, an economy that is vibrantly America first, that serves Americans from all walks of life and of every kind. Now, first, President Trump is starting with, and is dead serious about, rearranging our trade and tariff regime internationally. We believe that tariffs are a necessary tool to protect our jobs and our industries from other countries, as well as the labor value of our workers in a globalized market. In fact, combined with the right technology, they allow us to bring jobs back to the United States of America and create the jobs of the future. Just look in the past few months at the auto industry as an important example. When you erect a tariff wall around a critical industry like auto manufacturing, and you combine that with advanced robotics and lower energy costs and other tools that increase the productivity of U.S. labor, you give American workers a multiplying effect. Now that in turn allows firms to make things here at a price competitive basis. Our president gets that, which is why last month we posted 9,000 new auto jobs after many, many years of stagnation or even decline in the auto sector. It's why just weeks in, we already have new planner production announcements from Honda, from Hyundai, and Stellantis worth billions of dollars and thousands of additional jobs on top of the ones that were already created. Now this takes work. It took, in the president's first term, the president ripping up NAFTA and creating a new U.S. deal for American manufacturers in North America. But there's important work, and we're going to do it. Now, second, all of this is why the president is approaching the issue of illegal immigration as aggressively as he has, because he knows that cheap labor cannot be used as a substitute for the productivity gains that come with economic innovation. And so we've cracked down on illegal immigration at the border, where the results speak for themselves. Last month, migrant crossings were down 94% to their lowest number all time, and that happened just in 2 months of serious border enforcement. Thanks to President Trump's leadership, last month, for the first time in over a year, the majority of job gains went to American citizens born on U.S. soil, and that's important. For the first time in over a year, the majority of job creation actually went to American citizens. The third, this administration is focused on reducing our input costs for our manufacturers and for everybody else. Achieving energy abundance, and I know Doug Burgum was here earlier, will be here later, is top of mind, because when we look at some of the most exciting applications of new technologies, we realize it's going to take a lot of power to keep them running. And we're thrilled to have our friends from the United Arab Emirates, a number of the business leaders and government leaders in town this week for meetings with our government. And one of the things they consistently hammer upon is something that unfortunately too few of our European allies tend to get, is that if you want to lead in artificial intelligence, you have got to be leading in energy production. So we are going to set the pace there, and we are going to lead from the front. Now, we are already seeing, the good news is, signs of progress, even just a couple of months in. Gas and diesel prices are dropping. The cost of a barrel of U.S. crude is way down. And last Wednesday, the administration took major steps to make energy even cheaper and liberate our companies from stifling environmental regulations. Now, that is great, but of course, there's a lot more work we have to do over the next 4 years. Getting the tax bill right is especially critical for all of you and for all of your workers. We know how important it is to restore 100% bonus depreciation for capital investments, as well as full expensing for R&D. Again, we want people to invest in America, and we're going to make sure the tax code reflects that. In order to build on the success of the original tax law, meaning the tax law from the president's first administration, our administration is working to broaden some provisions that are critical to the industrial base, like expanding full expensing to cover factory construction. For business owners, including manufacturers, making the 2017 tax cuts permanent will provide further confidence and predictability to invest in new technology and equipment, hire more American workers, and grow all of your businesses. But we have a lot more to do, but the country's already starting to see the payoff of this administration's bold economic agenda. For producers and consumers alike, inflation is finally starting to come down. Core CPI last week dropped to its lowest number since April of 2021. And when it comes to the labor market, last month's jobs report showed a massive reversal. 10,000 new manufacturing jobs created, where the previous year we had lost over 100,000 manufacturing jobs. As you may have heard the president say, in less than 2 months since he took office, he's already secured more than $1.7 trillion in new investments across the United States. That's hundreds of thousands of new jobs in manufacturing, AI, other hard tech sectors, and more. So we think there's a lot to be excited about. There's a lot that we're excited about, and we certainly hope that you guys are excited too. But the fundamental premise, the fundamental goal of President Trump's economic policy is, I think, to undo 40 years of failed economic policy in this country. For far too long, we got addicted to cheap labor, both overseas and by importing it into our own country, and we got lazy. We overregulated our industries instead of supporting them. We overtaxed our innovators instead of making it easier for them to build their great companies. And we made it way too hard to build things and invest things in the United States of America. That stopped 2 months ago, and it will continue to stop, and will continue to fight for American workers and the American businesses that hire them and that support them. So I want to thank you all for two things. Number one, I want to thank you all for doing what you do. Again, you could have chosen the easy path. Every single person in this room, as the president would say, you're all very high IQ. You're some of the most talented people in the United States of America. You chose to build a business right here in the United States of America, and for that, I'm grateful. But the second thing I want to say is that I think you're not just building your own business, I think that you are part of a great American industrial renaissance. Whether it's the war of the future, the jobs of the future, the economic prosperity of the future, we believe that we must build it right here in the United States of America. So thank you all for building. Thank you all for building in America, and thank you all for building the kind of society that I want to raise my children in. God bless you all. Thanks for having me.
I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
Our allies have taken advantage of us more so than our enemies. Called an eye for an eye. I will never apologize for defending America. We have the worst trade deals, now we have the best trade deals. My end game is I don't want to have a big deficit. We will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act.
Groups like this get together quite frequently before announcements like Liberation Day today. And we talk through what the president's decision is, what's the purpose of that decision, and how it's going to be implemented. And then we strategize on how to communicate it to the American people. That communication usually goes through the media. They pick and choose the facts they want to focus on and the narratives they want to drive. And so we thought we'd do it a little bit differently this time. Take out the media and show the American people what the conversation's like that we normally have. Get into the details, the thinking, and the purpose of this and how it's in through the short term and long term is going to affect the American people. Stephen, you've been with the president for a long time. You were a part of the first administration and some of the battles economically, taxes, that had historic impacts on improving the economy. Today's a big day. Can you talk about the president's historical view on global trade and the tool of tariffs or the use of tariffs that he envisions, not just through Liberation Day today, but how he's used it over the years?
Yes, well, the announcement today is the most significant action on global trade policy that has taken place in our lifetimes. It's not even a close call. I mean, this is probably the biggest event that's happened on global trade since the very ill-fated decision that we are now reversing of knocking down all of America's trade tariffs and revenue policies that led to the offshoring and outsourcing of all of our industries. So this is the great reversal of that great betrayal, is how I look at it. So in the 20th century, successive American presidents knocked down all of the policies that we had to protect American industry. And they did insane things like letting China into the World Trade Organization, as an example. And we watched all of our factories go overseas. This is the complete reversal of that. This is the great onshoring, the great reshoring of American jobs and wealth. So if you look at America today, we're totally dependent on foreign countries for the supplies that make this country run, for all of the essential goods, materials, manufactured products that make it possible for us to live our lives. Our cars, our electronics, all the materials that go into our homes, our buildings, our medical supplies, our entire supply chains are completely embedded in foreign countries. So if there's a national emergency of any kind, and a country shuts off an import, or a foreign power embargoes a sea lane, we are then left defenseless, helpless, because of the decisions that prior leaders made that President Trump is now reversing to let all of these industries leave our country. And so what he's doing today is, for the first time ever, he's saying that if you have stolen our jobs and therefore threatened our national security, we will apply a reciprocal tariff based on the degree of your misconduct. So for countries like China, for example, they will see a very high tariff rate because they've engaged in the most egregious conduct that threatens our national security. For countries that have severe but not as severe misconduct, they'll see a moderate but not as high tariff rate. The effect, though, of those global tariffs will be that companies will have to move their production back into the United States. So factories will leave, whether it be Mexico or Canada or Vietnam or Cambodia or China or the European Union. They will come back to the United States to produce their products, to make their goods. And in so doing, yes, it will create jobs. Yes, it will increase revenues. But most importantly, it will restore our national security so that we will not be dependent on anyone else to survive and thrive as a nation. That's the significance we're talking about today, the most important economic event of our lifetimes.
And Stephen, he didn't just wake up this morning and say, I want to implement tariffs. You talk about the national security crisis, but this is something the president has thought about, discussed, contemplated for years, decades?
Yes, his entire professional life. If you go back to interviews with President Trump in the 1970s, he's been speaking passionately about this issue. And he warned, for example, in the 1980s about all of our critical industries moving to, at that time, Japan. And he warned for years as well about the loss of our automotive industry, which is an essential element for national security. Those supply chains are essential for our ability to protect and defend our country, to make automobiles. And he's been focused on this issue for decades.
He took out an entire one-page ad in the New York Times in the 80s talking about the threat of Japanese mercantilism and all the unfair trade practices they had that were killing our manufacturing.
Yes.
So Jameson, the devil's in the details, as they say. So what are the details of this plan?
Sure. Well, Stephen just highlighted some of these. First of all, we're doing a reciprocal tariff, right? This is a golden rule for the golden age. We treat them how they treat us. As Stephen mentioned, we expect that those countries that treat us very poorly, where they have documented behavior over many years of whether it's high tariff levels or extreme trade barriers or taxes or other kind of charges that discriminate against our companies or burden our companies, they are naturally going to have higher rates, because to achieve the kind of reciprocity we need, you have to have a higher rate. And then there are going to be other countries that have a lower rate because maybe they have a different level of unfairness or non-reciprocity. And we expect that there will be a global minimum on all countries because we have to deal with this deficit. We also want to make sure that there's no cheating, that we don't have people going from one jurisdiction to another to try to get around the tariff. We need to make sure that we have no loopholes in this policy because, as Stephen points out, it's an emergency. The urgency of what's happening right now cannot be overstated. That's why the president on day one announced he wanted us to look into it. We looked into it over the past couple of months, and we're taking action the day after we reported back to him. I have right here a book full of all of the unfair trade practices by our top 100 partners. We published it just a couple days ago.
And you said something interesting. Some countries will try to get around the tariffs by shipping their product through another country. They store it there for a couple months, and then it all becomes the sale of another country. Can you talk through how that works?
Sure. Well, we're stopping that. We don't want a situation where China, for example, might just send a bunch of parts down to Vietnam. Vietnam, puts them together in a light assembly and sends it over and says this is a product of Vietnam. At this point, we will have the kinds of tariffs we need and a broad-based tariff to stop that kind of behavior. And of course, we're going to be very, very focused on enforcement to make sure nobody does that kind of thing.
And the media uses the word tariff very broadly. What kind of tariffs are there, and how do they work?
Oh, certainly. I mean, we have, for example, rice. Japan, in some instances, will put a 700% tariff on rice. So if the United States wants to export rice to Japan, where they eat a lot of rice, Japan will charge a 700% rate on that rice. It's incredible, right? Ours is much lower. Apples in the United States, if you want to import apples into the United States, it's duty-free. It's a 0% tariff. But if we're going to go to India, it's about 50%. If you want to go to Turkey and send American apples to Turkey, it's a 60% tariff. And so it prevents it. But that's not even the worst part. The worst part are the non-tariff barriers where they use fake science or fake standards or other barriers to keep out our things.
And Caroline, obviously Jameson thinks a lot about this. It's why he's the USTR. How should the normal American person, the consumer, think about tariffs?
Well, first of all, to the average American who's watching at home and trying to understand what this means for them, don't buy into the media's lies and the fear that they're going to try to instill in you after this announcement, because we know that's exactly what the media will try to do. The president is looking out for the average American worker who has been ripped off by the elite political class for decades. And so what does this tariff policy look like? As Jameson so brilliantly said, it's the golden rule for the golden age of America. We're finally going to be treated the way we're going to treat other countries the way that we've been treated for too long. The president's going to put American workers first. But what does it look like? Think about your hometown where you grew up in the heartland in middle America. Factories that have been abandoned, workers who have been put out of jobs, drug addicted generations of children and of families because there aren't good industry here at home. There is not good industries here at home in their hometowns. The president wants to restore that prosperity and that wealth, more money in people's pockets. The media will also continue to talk a lot about prices and what this will do to prices. And the American people need to understand that the president will effectively implement these tariffs while also having a whole of government approach to bring down the cost of living in this country. There was an inflation nightmare created by the previous administration. And while simultaneously implementing these fair trade practices to put America first, the president is already launching a massive deregulatory campaign, a massive energy boom where gas prices are already coming down, inflation is cooling. And so it's an all hands on deck
prices are
effort.
coming down.
That's right.
You're seeing it across the board. Now, and it's important to understand, and I think, Caroline, you've talked about this a lot, this is decades of failed political leadership. We're not going to get over it or change it without some fundamental reform. It's Biden administration definitely accelerated it, but this was decades of economic misstructuring of the economy.
And there's nothing the media and the political class hate more than change, and this is monumental change. The president is focused on restructuring the global economy, on restructuring our domestic economy as well. And the politicians in this city have not seen a president who is actually willing to take the steps to implement such change really in modern history. So believe in this president. He was elected for a reason because he's looking out for the American people across our country. And today is the first day of that in terms of trade and tariffs.
That's why we call it Liberation Day.
That's right.
And Stephen, on that, can you talk, what is the goal here? Well, what should the American people look forward to? What is the hope and dream that we're trying to pursue?
So if you went to a store in America in, say, the 1950s, and you looked at where the products were made, it would have said made in the USA. That would have been the stamp you would have seen on everything, from the toys that your children buy, to the clothes that you wear, to the cars that you buy, and everything in between. If you grew up in the 1980s, you would have seen a lot of things still stamped made in the USA, but a lot less. By the time you get to the early 2000s, after NAFTA, after China's entry into the World Trade Organization, after other disastrous trade deals, it started to look more like we see it now, where you go to the store and everything is stamped made in the foreign country, made in Romania, made in Thailand, made in Cambodia, made in Malaysia, made in China, but not made in the USA. So that means those good, high-paying jobs that should be here in America are not here in America. At the same time, it also means that for a lot of the more advanced manufacturing jobs, these are essential industries that can be converted at a moment's notice to core national security needs. And so when you don't have those factories, you don't have the training and you don't have the workforce to be able to meet our nation's needs in a time of an emergency. So we are outsourcing to other countries the things that we need to keep America safe. The end result of this is going to be far more high-paying manufacturing jobs. These are jobs where you can support a family, you get a retirement plan, you get a pension, you have good health care, you're paid well above what you would consider to be the living wage for these new advanced manufacturing jobs. These are jobs you can build a family and a community around. At the same time, it's going to relieve inflation because it's actually the most cost-effective to make things in the United States of America. People don't think about this, but all those products you see on these store shelves that are shipped from thousands of miles away, we're paying the cost of all that shipping built into the price of the good. So it's actually more economically efficient, particularly with advanced manufacturing techniques, to have these factories in the United States, near where you live, putting products on your store shelves, not having to ship things all over the globe. So you're actually going to see prices go down because our products are being built and manufactured here in the United States. The most important point to understand is that tariffs do not apply to any product that is made in the United States. So the original sin of how the modern economy in America is structured, the president talks about more than anything else. And it gets to Caroline's point about the overall economic vision. The original sin was that we created a tax system that punished you for making something in America and rewarded you for making something in China or a foreign country. So in other words, if you had your factory in America, you paid a sky-high corporate tax rate, you were beaten to death with regulation, you had radically unaffordable energy prices, and Washington just in every way made your life miserable.
And the political class didn't do anything about it. They allowed it to happen.
Correct.
Well,
they sat by and watched it happen for decades.
They actually wanted the opposite to happen, especially if you look at the 90s when we had NAFTA, we had the WTO, we had the entry of China into the WTO. The goal very clearly was to remove U.S. tariff and trade barriers to make it easier for people to outsource to China. Because once we gave China what we call permanent normal trade relations, all of your manufacturers in the United States who are thinking in short terms in terms of quarterly earnings and that kind of thing, they said, listen, now I can go move my factory from Indiana or wherever, I can put it in China, I can put it in Mexico, and I know I will have sure access to the U.S. market. Today, President Trump is saying the best place to make American products and sell American products is here in America. If you make it in America, you're not going to have a tariff.
Think about how pernicious that deal is that he's describing that was made. This was done by the Bushes, this was done by the Clintons, this was done by many American administrations.
Republicans and Democrats.
Republicans and Democrats was they said to the factory owner, if you really want to be competitive, you need to move your factory to China. That's the best way to sell into America. And so all of a sudden you're living in a community where one day there's these thriving factory towns, and the next day all the factories are in Shanghai. And so my point about the original sin, it was the sin of saying that we were going to give the most favorable treatment to foreign production, the least favorable treatment to American production. It's completely inverted, right? So the president is saying today is the opposite of that. If you have your factory in America, you pay no tariff, we are going to reduce your taxes, and we're going to reduce your regulations and reduce your energy costs. So you're going to get the best possible deal, but you have to do it here.
And to anyone questioning the effectiveness of the president's trade and tariff agenda, look at what has happened before Liberation Day. We have had billions and billions of dollars
Billions,
worth of
2.7 now?
great investments, yes, into our country. You have some of the biggest companies in the world like Apple and Hyundai announcing investments in American communities. That are jobs in these communities, that's manufacturing in these communities. Those are American families who are going to now be able to live the American dream because of these investments, and the tariffs haven't even been implemented. So President Trump is serving as America's businessman in chief, America's negotiator in chief, by encouraging and incentivizing, for once, finally, for these companies to do business here. We have the labor, we have the resources, we have the best market in the world. There's no reason we shouldn't have a president who's trying to champion America and America First policies.
And Caroline, he had identified the problem and he's got a solution, but you spoke to this before. Tariffs are a big part of the solution here, but it's not the only part.
Right.
Companies coming in, we've all been sitting in meetings with him where he says, what is your problem for coming back? What's getting in your way? Is it regulations? Let's solve that problem. The president he talked about it in a press conference this week. He had Stellantis, big car manufacturer, some of the best brands that there is. And he says, what is your problem? He says, all the regulations. You have California that's just crippling car manufacturing with their erroneous green new scam regulations. We need to pull them back. The president gets on the phone. He wants to bring companies back. He wants to bring jobs back. He wants to bring wealth back. He wants to make things more affordable. Jameson, how is he doing that?
Well, let's remember that he has a great track record. If you look at the first term, the president used tariffs to great effect, and he coupled it with great tax bill, great energy policy, all things we're talking about now. And what happened in the first term? Inflation went down, unemployment went down, real median household income went up for every demographic. I mean, this is incredible. We had manufacturing jobs went up, so we know it can be done. He's already done it before. We're a couple months in, we're already doing it now. He knows exactly how to use the tools of the economy, whether they're trade tools and tariffs or other tools, to really make sure that America can be competitive, that American workers can have good jobs, and American families can have prosperity in their communities where they live.
And we want to wrap this up. So, Stephen, Caroline, some last messages. What do you think the biggest takeaway of today is, and what should the American public look forward to?
Well, I think at a fundamental philosophical level, when you talk about America first, it gets down to this. Who should have priority access to the U.S. market? Should it be the factory that's located in Cleveland, or should it be the factory that's located in Beijing? That's the fundamental question. the radical left corporate media, the globalist corporate media that is attempting to criticize this plan take the view that the best place to put your factory should be in Beijing or Shanghai or Bangkok or anywhere but the United States of America. The president's view is we should do everything in our power to make it so that the best place to put your factory is in an American town. So we get all the benefit. We get the economic benefit, we get the social benefit, we get the community benefit, and most importantly, we get the national security benefit of having our critical industries here in America. And that's why we're calling it Liberation Day, because he is freeing us from a global economic system that has made us subservient to foreign nations and foreign powers.
And Stephen, on that book, means it's not a short-term solution. This is a philosophical belief in a future for America. And so for those looking for predictability, we hear that word a lot. You can predict this policy will remain in effect.
Correct. The predictability is the absolute certainty that this program will remain in effect, that we will continue to have policies and continue to have tariffs that will ensure that we have the national security needs of our country met, and that means American industry inside of the United States of America. It's actually the most stable and predictable policy because everyone in the world knows if I want to sell to America, just move your factory to America. Nothing is clearer, more stable, more predictable than that. You want to sell to Americans, then get your company, get your business, get your plant, and move it to America. That is the most predictable. And on top of that, we're going to have regulatory certainty, tax certainty, and energy certainty. So this is the definition of certainty and predictability. And to your point, it's not a short-term fix. It's the total realignment of the global trade system to put America first.
Caroline, what's our closing message here?
Closing message is every tax-paying citizen in this country should be incredibly excited about Liberation Day. President Trump is delivering on exactly what he said he was going to do for you. The golden age of America, more jobs, more wealth, more prosperity, more security right here at home.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. How are we? Good. Good to see you all. I want to start today by addressing the U.S. Army soldiers who went missing while conducting a mission to repair and tow an immobilized tactical vehicle in Lithuania in the early hours of March 25th. Tragically, 3 soldiers were found deceased in Lithuania yesterday, and it pains me to confirm that today, the 4th soldier was also found deceased. The President, the Secretary of Defense, and the entire White House are praying for the victims' friends and family during this unimaginable time. This is another stark reminder of the selfless sacrifice of our brave military men and women who risk their lives around the world every day to keep us safe. God bless them. On another note, at our southern border, there is more massive news. Southwest border crossings in March fell to the lowest level in American history, down 94% from March of last year under President Biden, when 137,000 illegal aliens poured across our wide open southern border. Thanks to President Trump's leadership, Border Patrol agents are now back to doing the jobs they signed up for, securing the border, rather than serving as travel agents for illegal aliens. The Los Angeles Times captured the Trump effect on the border with a recent article. Their headline read, "California-Mexico border, once overwhelmed, is now nearly empty." With so few migrants coming into the U.S., they wrote, "Shelters that once served migrants have completely closed." Deportations of illegal aliens who threaten the safety of the American people are also continuing at a rapid pace. Over the weekend, the United States military transferred a group of 17 violent criminals from the Tren de Aragua and MS-13 terrorist organizations to El Salvador. And an illegal alien who was released by the Biden administration into our country was just arrested in Georgia and charged with the horrific killing of Camelia Williams, a mother of 5 and grandmother. The suspect has now been indicted on charges of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, rape, aggravated sexual battery, and necrophilia, which, for those who don't know, necrophilia is a sexual obsession with a corpse. This suspect was ordered to be removed in July 2023, but the Biden administration allowed him to stay. This case represents the ruthless murderers, rapists, and pedophiles who Joe Biden and Democrats let into our country over the past 4 years through our southern border. They should have never been here in the first place. Keep this in mind the next time you see Democrats protesting future illegal alien removals from our country. President Trump is focused on fulfilling his greatest obligation, to keep the American people safe and to defend our country from violent invaders. Looking ahead to tomorrow, April 2nd, 2025, will go down as one of the most important days in modern American history. Our country has been one of the most open economies in the world, and we have the consumer base hands down, the best consumer base. But too many foreign countries have their markets closed to our exports. This is fundamentally unfair. The lack of reciprocity contributes to our large and persistent annual trade deficit that's gutted our industries and hollowed out key workforces. But those days of America, beginning tomorrow, being ripped off are over. American workers and businesses will be put first under President Trump, just as he promised on the campaign trail. The president's historic action tomorrow will improve American competitiveness in every area of industry, reduce our massive trade deficits, and ultimately protect our economic and national security. President Trump's economic vision is rooted in common sense. America will offer companies the lowest taxes, energy costs, regulations, if they make their products right here in the United States and hire American workers for the job. It's simple. If you make your product in America, you will pay no tariffs. We have already seen a number of the largest companies in the world respond to this economic approach. For example, Project Stargate, led by Japan-based SoftBank and US-based OpenAI, and Oracle, announced a $500 billion private investment in the United States-based artificial intelligence infrastructure. Apple announced a $500 billion investment in US manufacturing and training. NVIDIA announced it will invest hundreds of billions of dollars over the next 4 years in US-based manufacturing. And the Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company TSMC announced a $100 billion investment in US-based chips and manufacturing. These are just a few of the investment announcements that have already been made, and it is clear that President Trump's America First approach is already working. In our new media seat today is Mark Halperin, the co-founder and editor-in-chief of Two Way, a new live video platform that builds communities around interactive conversations with leaders and content creators from every subject area. Mark and his colleagues welcome all voices into discussions that are spirited but respectful. They have over 37.5 million video views, over 3.6 million watch time hours since the platform began just last year. This is new media in its truest sense, allowing the people to ask questions, make comments, and be an active part of engagement on the most important issues facing the country and our world. With that, Mark, please kick us off and welcome to the briefing room.
Thank you, Caroline. Appreciate it. I'll ask you a question about tariffs and then one from one members of our community about education. It's perceived by some that companies or countries, if they change their policies either before tomorrow or after tomorrow, can have the president alter what he's planning for that country or that sector. Is that a possibility? And if so, what factors the president consider in making those changes?
Well, the ultimate change for these companies and these countries, Mark, will happen when they decide to do business in the United States of America. And as I just laid out, they will face no tariffs at all if these companies choose to invest here in the United States and to move their production and their manufacturing here to the United States as well. As for tomorrow, the president will be addressing the decades of unfair trade practices that have ripped our country off and American workers off. It has hollowed out our middle class. It has destroyed our heartland, and the president is focused on reshifting our global economy to ensure that America is once again the manufacturing superpower of the world.
So if they do something today or later in the week that's a pledge for future activity, would that be good enough potentially to alter the policy?
Again, the president has been looking at the very unfair trade practices of the past. Certainly, the president is always up to take a phone call, always up for a good negotiation, but he is very much focused on fixing the wrongs of the past and ensuring that American workers have a fair shake.
So if someone calls after tomorrow and says, hey, I'm ready to make a change, he'd be open to that?
The president is always open to taking calls.
Okay. A question from one of our community members, Katie Reeves, is a school teacher in Wisconsin. She's taught K through 8 in public, independent, private, and private schools. And here's what she wanted me to ask you. She says, I see the elimination of the Department of Education as an excellent first step in the improvement of our school system. Do you see any further role the federal government can take beyond this, possibly in promoting the expansion of voucher programs or reducing the influence the teachers' unions hold over our schools?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Katie for her service to our country and our nation's children. Being a teacher is the most noble profession that we believe one can have. And the president said in his remarks when he signed the executive order to dismantle the Department of Education that he loves our teachers. And in part, this order is to empower our teachers to have greater decision making in the classroom. Nobody knows our nation's children and our students better than our teachers who are with them every single day. As for the federal government's role, to get to the heart of Katie's question, the president has made it clear to Lyndon McMahon that we need to find other places within our federal government for critical programs regarding education. Pell Grants, Title IX, lawsuits, etc., civil rights lawsuits, all of that are critical functions, special needs programs, nutrition programs, but there are other places throughout the federal bureaucracy where those things can happen and work. The Department of Education has been a very bloated bureaucracy. We spent trillions of dollars on this department, and for what? Our children are worse off as far as education goes today than they were when this department originated, and that's very concerning to the president. So
the two issues she cited are those priorities for the president: school education choice, vouchers, and diminishing the role of teachers unions.
The president is very supportive of both of those things, particularly when it comes to school choice. He has said that school choice is the civil rights issue of our time, and he wants every child, regardless of zip code, socioeconomic status, how much money their parents have, to be able to go to the school of their choosing that best suits their educational needs. And he is going to empower state and local leaders to make those decisions on behalf of our nation's children. Thanks for being here, Mark. Jeff.
Just changing subjects for 1 second. The administration has expressed a complete confidence in how all the deportation flights to El Salvador were conducted. But now that the administration has conceded that there was an error of one Salvadoran national, will there be any reviews conducted? And does the president express any thoughts on the one error that was disclosed in court last night?
Well, first of all, the error that you are referring to was a clerical error. It was an administrative error. The administration maintains the position that this individual who was deported to El Salvador and will not be returning to our country was a member of the brutal and vicious MS-13 gang. That is fact number one. Fact number two, we also have credible intelligence proving that this individual was involved in human trafficking. And fact number three, this individual was a member, actually a leader of the brutal MS-13 gang, which this president has designated as a foreign terrorist organization. Fact number four is that foreign terrorists do not have legal protections in the United States of America anymore. And it is within the president's executive authority and power to deport these heinous individuals from American communities. It is a promise he campaigned on. It is a promise he is keeping. And every single person in this room should be grateful for that, considering especially MS-13 is very prevalent and prominent here in the District of Columbia, in Maryland, and in Virginia. And the president, the attorney general, everyone who has been involved in these operations is focused on eradicating these criminals and terrorists from our communities.
The vice president said he was a convicted member of MS-13. What evidence is there to back that up?
There's a lot of evidence, and the Department of Homeland Security and ICE have that evidence, and I saw it this morning. Steve.
Has the president fully made up his mind on the level of tariffs to impose tomorrow? We keep hearing about a 20% flat rate.
The president said last night he has made a decision and a determination. I was with him in the Oval Office earlier, and he is going to announce that decision tomorrow. I don't want to get ahead of the president. This is obviously a very big day. He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect deal for the American people and the American worker. And you will all find out in about 24 hours from now.
And are the car tariffs going to go into effect on April 3rd as scheduled?
Correct. Yes, they will.
Okay. And last thing, would you like to respond to the Chinese military drills around Taiwan?
Yes, I would. As a matter of fact, the National Security Council briefed me on this morning, and they said that the president is emphasizing the importance of maintaining peace in the Taiwan Strait, encouraging the peaceful resolution of these cross-strait issues, reiterating our opposition to any unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion. That is directly from the National Security Advisor. Just for you, Steve Holland of Reuters. Monica.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Elon Musk this week revealed that Doge found that the Biden administration issued over 2 million social security numbers to illegal aliens, found 20 million dead people marked as alive in the social security system. Has the White House confirmed these numbers with Elon, and is the White House looking into correcting this?
I'm not sure about those specific numbers that Mr. Musk cited. I can tell you what the Social Security Administration has said themselves, according to an Inspector General's report that was conducted last year, showing there was nearly $80 billion worth of fraud in this program. We know for a fact there are individuals who should not be receiving benefits on the Social Security rolls, and this administration is focused on cleaning out the waste, fraud, and abuse in every agency, but particularly in Social Security, to make it stronger for our tax-paying, law-abiding citizens who deserve these entitlements and programs. Because you did bring up Doge, I do want to tout the incredible efforts that have been made at the Environmental Protection Agency. And Administrator Lee Zeldin is just doing a tremendous job. Just yesterday and today it will be going into effect. He announced that taxpayers will be saved $8 million in annual lease costs by moving staff out of the 323,000 square feet of space that the EPA currently occupies, which is completely unnecessary. Yesterday, Administrator Zeldin also announced he will be shutting down a museum that the Biden administration built to tell a selective story about the EPA's history and climate change. It was a real pat on the back to President Biden. And guess how much American taxpayers paid for it? $4 million for this museum that I think only 1,000 visitors saw last year alone. And it will cost American taxpayers $600,000 per year to operate this museum. Well, it's not going to exist anymore. We're going to save taxpayers those critical funds. And Administrator Zeldin is very proud to announce that. And just at EPA alone, and the cuts that they have made, they've saved taxpayers more than $22 billion in wasteful grants and spending. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. When the president goes down to Florida on the weekends, does he ever hear from, there are so many retired folks down in Florida, does he ever hear from any retired Americans who are stressed about these wild swings in the stock market because of the tariff uncertainty? And they're sitting there on fixed income or living off a 401k, and they don't know how much money's going to be left.
Well, certainly they are legitimate concerns, and the president takes those concerns very seriously, and he's addressing them every single day. And tomorrow's announcement is to protect future generations of the senior citizens you mentioned. It's for their kids and their grandkids to ensure that there are jobs here in the United States of America for their children to live the American dream, just like they presumably did. And as for their worries about their 401ks, their Social Security, I just addressed Social Security. This president is always going to protect it for our tax-paying senior citizens. As for their 401ks, look at what President Trump did for you in his first term. He is working on implementing that economic formula every single day by lowering inflation, lowering energy prices, massive deregulatory efforts, while simultaneously effectively implementing tariffs. And they'll hear more about that announcement tomorrow.
And you said that the president right now is with the trade and tariff team. They are very confident that this is all going to work. But what if they're wrong?
They're not going to be wrong. It is going to work. And the president has a brilliant team of advisors who have been studying these issues for decades. And we are focused on restoring the golden age of America and making America a manufacturing superpower. And again, Peter, I would point you to the investments that have already trickled into this country. And the president hasn't even made his tariff announcement yet tomorrow. There have been billions of dollars in private investments from around the world pouring into American communities. What does that look like for those watching at home, for the people you mentioned worried about their own economic circumstances? It means more jobs in your communities, which means more money, more investments, more money in your pocket. That's what the president is committed to. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the president's commitment to tax cuts, which we are counting on Congress to do, especially on Social Security.
And one more.
Sure.
Are the special elections today a referendum on the president?
I think first of all, as you know, I'm a government employee now, so I'm not very much allowed to comment on elections that are taking place. That's something to get used to, having just been on the campaign trail for quite some time. But the president is the leader of the America First movement and the MAGA movement. And that was made very clear on November the 5th when he received nearly 80 million votes. I could also say that it is the constitutional right of every law-abiding American in these places where these elections are being held to vote. and every American should exercise their constitutional rights. Sure.
Thanks, Carolyn. A few questions about this deportation case. First, I wanted to clarify something that you said to Jeff a few minutes ago. You said you'd seen evidence that this man was a convicted gang member. In what court was he convicted and for what?
This individual was an MS-13 ringleader. This individual was also engaged in human trafficking. And I'm glad you brought up this point again, because I would like to point out that if you just saw the headline from the insane failing Atlantic magazine this morning, you would think this individual was Father of the Year, living in Maryland, living a peaceful life, when that couldn't be further from the truth. They didn't even mention in the title of that article, or even in the first paragraph, that this individual is an illegal criminal who broke our nation's immigration laws. He is a leader in the brutal MS-13 gang, and he is involved in human trafficking. And now MS-13 is a designated foreign terrorist organization. Foreign terrorists have no legal protections in the United States of America. And this administration is going to continue to deport foreign terrorists and illegal criminals from our nation's interior.
But a judge ordered that he should remain in this country. So are you saying that it is okay to ignore a judge's ruling if you don't like it?
Who does that judge work for?
He's an immigration
It was an
judge.
immigration judge who works for the Department of Justice at the direction of the Attorney General of the United States, whose name is Pam Bondi, who has committed to eradicating MS-13 from our nation's interior. And let me tell you why we've made this commitment. MS-13, may I remind each and every one of you, is a brutal and vicious gang. They raped and strangled a 20-year-old autistic woman to death in Maryland. They hacked 4 people to death with machetes in a park on Long Island. They have kidnapped, sexually tortured, and shot a teenage girl in Texas after she insulted them, allegedly. Killed and mutilated a 17-year-old girl in Virginia, stabbing him 16 times and cutting off his hands. They beheaded and cut out the heart of a man in Washington, D.C. They raped and murdered a 13-year-old girl in California. They sex trafficked a slew of young girls, including one who was just 12 years old. Raped an 11-year-old girl in Brooklyn while her brother was in the room. Sex trafficked a 13-year-old in Maryland and Virginia, miles away from this White House, even beating her 26 times on her backside with a baseball bat. Pressured homeless New Yorkers to undergo unnecessary surgeries such as spinal fusion in order to bolster their fraudulent lawsuits. These are vicious criminals. This is a vicious gang. And I wish that the media would spend just a second of the same time you have spent trying to litigate each and every individual of this gang who has been deported from our country as the innocent Americans whose lives have been lost at the hands of these brutal criminals. We maintain our position, and very strongly so. Jennifer.
One more on the tariffs. Can you say what the latest thinking is on the start date? I know you were just in the Oval. Are they all going to take effect this week on the reciprocal tariffs? And whenever they start, is that enough time for companies and everyone involved to adjust to that start date?
My understanding is that the tariff announcement will come tomorrow. They will be effective immediately. And the president has been teasing this for quite some time, as you know. He's talked a lot about April 2nd as Liberation Day in America. It would be taking place today if not for April Fool's Day. But tomorrow will be the day, and he's been talking about it for a while. And as a result, you've seen these companies make commitments to investing right here in the United States. Jasmine.
Thank you so much. I wonder, back on tariffs, what, if any, market indicators is the White House looking for to see if this tariffs plan is successful down the line?
Well, look, the president has been asked and answered this question about the stock market and whether he's watching it. And I've said, and he has said, the market is a snapshot in time. Yesterday, Dow futures were up. And there's been a lot of talk about the market, and it was up yesterday. So look, the president wants to ensure that all Americans make out well, particularly Main Street. That's the focus of these tariffs. But as I've said repeatedly, just like they were in his first term, Wall Street will be just fine. Shelby.
Thanks. A bipartisan pair of senators sent a letter to the president today arguing that the recent strikes in Yemen are emboldening the Houthis and saying that Congress has not authorized war against them. Is the administration planning to consult with Congress at some point or going forward regarding the strikes, and any response on the letter?
Well, I would absolutely reject Congress's claims. Who made those claims in Congress?
Senator Jeff Merkley and Rand Paul.
Okay, well, I would absolutely reject those claims. These Houthi strikes have been incredibly successful. Last time I was at this podium, there were more than 100 successful strikes. There have now been over 200 successful strikes against the Houthis. Iran is incredibly weakened as a result of these attacks. And we have seen they've taken out Houthi leaders. They've taken out critical members who were launching strikes on naval ships and on commercial vessels. And this operation will not stop until the freedom of navigation in this region is restored, which is a critical principle. And this president stands behind our Defense Department, who's doing a tremendous job.
Are they going to, is the White House going to confer with Congress going forward on this?
I would have to ask our team here at the White House, but the president is well within his authority, as is the Secretary of Defense. Again, these are defensive strikes. The Houthis have been launching attacks on U.S. naval vessels and commercial ships for quite some time. Go ahead.
Caroline,
Yeah.
the pause on the Canadian and Mexican tariffs, the fentanyl tariffs, that's set to expire tomorrow. Is the president considering extending that pause?
Look, I will let the president speak on the specifics of the tariffs tomorrow. But as for fentanyl, we have seen this has certainly caused a national security crisis here in the United States. Fentanyl continues to be the #1 killer of young people in this country, and the president is very much focused on that. Deanna.
Thank you, Caroline. The president recently signed an executive order on making D.C. safe and beautiful. On the campaign trail, he talked about making New York great again. Does he have any plans on establishing a similar task force? Has he been pressuring Governor Hochul in any way in his conversations about New York and lowering crime?
Well, he has been in correspondence with Governor Hochul quite a bit on the issue of crime, also on the issue of congestion pricing, and so many other issues that are facing New Yorkers. And he wants New York to clean up their streets just as he does here in Washington, D.C. He also speaks to Mayor Adams as well. So he's engaged with state and local leaders across the entire country to ensure they're doing their part to help American citizens in each and every state, regardless of if it's a red state or a blue state.
A question on Russia. Yesterday, the Russian government said that their new goal is 160,000 conscripts for the war. Has the president seen that number? And does he have any response given his recent conversations on peace talks?
Well, I can tell you what the president said last night, and that is he is frustrated with leaders on both sides of this war. He wants this war to end. There are men that are dying on both sides, and it's been going on for far too long. Our team continues to be engaged with the Russians as we are with the Ukrainians, and the president continues to be very, very much engaged on this topic every single day.
Caroline?
Sure.
Caroline,
Sure.
The president said over the weekend that he couldn't care less if prices went up on foreign cars because people will buy more American cars. There's been consensus from a lot of economists that these tariffs could raise prices on other goods as well. Is the president comfortable with Americans on Main Street paying more because of these tariffs?
The president is doing everything he can, and this entire administration is doing everything we can to bring down the cost of living in this country. An inflation mess that was fueled by the previous administration's reckless spending, overburdensome regulations that this administration is focused on slashing every single day. I just read you a statistic just from the Environmental Protective Agency alone. We're saving taxpayers money that's ultimately going to drive down inflation, and we're unleashing the might of our energy industry, which will bring down prices as well. To the heart of your question, because this is very important to the American people, you should trust what this president did for you in his first term. He effectively utilized tariffs while driving down inflation. It was a record low 1.4% when he left office, and he's focused on getting back to that. It's unfortunate the previous administration left us in this mess. Sure.
Representative Anna Paulina Luna left the Freedom Caucus over their lack of support for her bill that would allow new parents to proxy vote around 12 weeks around the birth of their baby. Does the president support that bill?
I'm not sure. I haven't actually talked to the president about that bill, but I certainly can and can get a take on if he supports it or not.
Thank you. And one more. The DC Circuit ruled last week that the president can fire holdover Biden appointees of independent agencies. Will this ruling empower President Trump to dismiss more federal employees?
Well, the president has given the responsibility to his cabinet secretaries to hire and fire at their respective agencies, and they reserve that right. You saw the Secretary of Health and Human Services announced more layoffs today. This is all part of the administration's effort for a mass reduction in force in the federal bureaucracy here in Washington, D.C. to save American taxpayers money. As for agencies within the president's executive authority, the president retains that right. And we've seen there have been bureaucrats at some of these agencies that have been trying to act independent. They need to remember who they work for. It's the executive of the executive branch. You look at the United States Institute of Peace, for example, there was a little bit of a standoff with bureaucrats over there who didn't want to realize who they work for, and that is Donald Trump. And President Trump is focused on streamlining these agencies to save American taxpayers money, and he has every right to do that.
Caroline.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline.
Yeah.
In Gaza, the bodies of 15 rescuers have been found in their sort of ambulances where they were apparently killed by Israeli forces. Just wondering if the White House is going to be calling on Israel to investigate that and to try and avoid similar casualties involving rescue workers in the future.
Well, as for the specific situation you just mentioned, I'll talk to the president about it and our national security team. What I can tell you is what I've spoken with the president on. He very much remains committed to backing Israel. And it was only because of this president and his team's leadership that we had a temporary ceasefire in Gaza, that we were able to bring many hostages home. And the president made it very clear to Hamas, you get the hostages out, all of them, or there will be hell to pay. And Hamas is certainly witnessing what it feels like for all hell to be paid, and the president supports Israel's right to defend itself.
Any progress at all on a ceasefire at the moment, as far as the president's concerned?
The president and his team continue to be engaged on this every single day. Sure. Go ahead.
So I'm just wondering, related to that, if you have an approximate date for the president's first foreign trip. I think there was a little confusion yesterday about what month he was talking about. And then will he need a ceasefire to be in place or closer, either in Gaza or in Ukraine, before that takes place?
The president will be heading to Saudi Arabia in May. As for specific dates and details, we will be reading those out to you as soon as we possibly can. I know our teams are working on the details of that trip. And then again, as for a ceasefire, the president's made it clear that's what he wants to see in Russia and Ukraine, and his team continues to be engaged on it every day. Kelly.
Signal, you said case closed yesterday. Do you, as that case was closed, do you have anything that you can share about what was learned, how this can be avoided in the future, any sort of findings from that investigation?
The case is closed, and the president continues to have confidence in his national security advisor. Yes, Kelly. Kelly.
Thanks, Caroline. So
Sorry,
the president
Ed.
has said.
Ed, I'll come to you after.
The president
I'm
said.
glad you're so eager to ask the question.
It's Liberation Day.
Yes, it is.
Caroline, the president has said foreign
Tomorrow.
countries and companies will eat the cost of tariffs. In his speech on Inauguration Day, he said, quote, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
Right.
So then why did he have to tell the domestic automakers not to raise prices?
Well, that was a private conversation that was had. I'm not sure if that comment was made or was not made. But as for what the president said in his Inauguration Day speech, he's absolutely correct. A tariff will be a tax on these foreign nations, these foreign companies. And if they want to be absolved of that tariff, then they can come here to the United States of America to do business, bring their jobs here. Edward, go ahead.
Thank you. So Canadians have been negotiating with the Commerce Secretary over the trade, the tariffs. How many companies are mutually talking with the U.S. or countries are mutually talking with the U.S. to lower tariffs?
I don't have a specific number, but I can tell you there have been quite a few countries that have called the president and have called his team in discussion about these tariffs. But again, there's one country the president cares most about, and it's the United States of America, and doing what's best for the people who elected him to this office to restore their jobs, their wealth, and their prosperity. I'm looking at the clock. I have a hard out today. I have a hard out today because I'm actually heading over to the State Department with the First Lady of the United States. She will be delivering remarks at 1 o'clock this afternoon at the 19th International Women of Courage Award ceremony with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. That starts at 1. This is the 5th year Mrs. Trump is participating and standing with brave women leaders who embody American values abroad. And the First Lady in her remarks today will highlight the profound connection between the love and courage that will be shown by this year's honorees. I encourage everybody to tune in at 1 o'clock, and then we'll see you all tomorrow for Liberation Day. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thanks, Caroline.
you.